The hegemony was offering 10,000 stars. Not a metaphor, not a diplomatic figure of speech. A formal transfer of title to a full stellar cluster. 10,000 suns, the systems orbiting them, the mineral rights, the transit corridors, the habitable worlds catalogued and surveyed and filed in the hegemony's own territorial registry. All of it deeded in perpetuity to a salvage crew of 4 aboard a decommissioned frigate with a failing thrust coupling and a det tab that had kept them off the main lanes for going on a year. The contract rotated in holographic gold above the console, the hegemony's executive seal spinning slowly at its center, and Captain Vance had read it 4 times now, and it said the same thing every time. 1 asset, 1 unmarked stasis pod, recovered from a derelict transport floating in the dead zone and delivered intact to hegemony custody at the nearest processing station. In exchange, a cluster, an arm of the galaxy. The kind of territory that small empires bled across centuries to claim a fraction of. The rust lung groaned beneath his feet, the familiar low complaint of the port thrust coupling, overdue for replacement since the last contract, and not replaced because replacement cost what they didn't have. The bridge smelled of iron and recycled air and the faint chemical bitterness of the CO2 scrubbers working their slow, imperfect chemistry. Vance had stopped noticing any of it years ago. What he noticed now was the cluster coordinates appended at the bottom of the mandate, the survey designation stretching down the display in 2 neat columns, system after system after system, each one tagged with habitability indices and resource classifications, each one currently flying hegemony colors and about to fly his if he picked up a single pod from a dead ship. He was still working through the implications of that when Jax arrived. The mechanic came the way he always came, boots loud on the grating, both hands working a rag that had long since lost any practical function, unhurried in the specific way of a man who had learned that moving faster rarely solved the kind of problems he dealt with. Jax was broad and deliberate and had the mechanic's instinct for treating new information as a diagnostic input rather than an emergency. He looked at Vance's face, looked at the display, and stopped wiping his hands. "What is it?" Vance turned the display so the text faced outward without saying anything. Let the contract do the explaining. Jax read it again, slower. His eyes tracked down to the cluster survey data at the bottom of the mandate, and the rag stopped moving entirely. For a moment he didn't speak. Then, "That's not a bounty, that's a nation." "1 pod," Vance said. "That's the whole ask." Jax looked at the spinning seal, the double helix of the hegemony's executive arm, gold over black, the emblem that appeared on debt collection warrants and conscription papers and apparently on this. He set the rag on the edge of the console. Didn't pick it up again. 10,000 suns, Jax. We could burn a different world every day and never see the dark again. The words sat in the recycled air between them. Neither man needed to say the rest aloud. 3 functioning engine cells and a life support system requiring a manual bypass every 16 hours. A licensing debt that had exiled them to the dead zone for 11 months. 4 years of exact even math, never far enough behind to fold and never far enough ahead to stop running the numbers on how many more contracts before something gave out for good. 10,000 stars ended all of that. Every last calculation, every last compromise, every last job they took because they couldn't afford not to. The number was so large it stopped being a number and became a condition. The way daylight wasn't a quantity but a state you existed in. The problem was that the hegemony didn't overpay, not for anything. The hegemony calculated yield and tendered accordingly, and if the yield they had assigned to 1 unmarked pod in a dead zone derelict was a full stellar cluster, then the question of what was inside that pod was a question with an answer large enough to be dangerous. Administrative error, research loss, the polite language of a mandate that expected you not to look further. "What kind of cargo," Jax said carefully, "is worth a cluster?" "The kind you pick up first," Vance said, and ask about after. Jax held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, the slow nod of a man who had talked himself into worse decisions than this and survived them, and went to pull the coordinates. They found the derelict exactly where the mandate said it would be, 300,000 kilometers off the primary lane, dead in every way a ship could be dead. No beacon, no thermal output, no navigation lights, no reactor signature. The hull had been in direct contact with the deep zone long enough to equalize completely to the surrounding vacuum, its surface temperature indistinguishable from the space around it. It was visible only as an absence, a shape that blocked the distant scatter of stars behind it, a bulk defined entirely by what it occluded. The Rustlung's approach light swept across it in 2 slow arcs, and the dead ship gave nothing back. No reflection, no echo. Just the flat, unreturned gesture of a surface that had forgotten what light was for. Vance stood at the forward viewport and looked at it while the Rustlung closed the distance. The approach was slow, not caution exactly, but the careful pace of a crew trained to read dead ships before committing to board, scanning for the structural failures and compromised pressure seals that turn salvage into catastrophe. The Rustlung sensors ran their sweeps and returned the same absence each pass. No reactor output, no EM signature, no localized heat differential that would indicate a functioning system anywhere aboard. The dead ship was dead all the way through, except that the sensors kept flagging one anomalous reading in the aft cargo section, a cold pocket that ran colder than the hull exterior, colder than anything the passive thermal sweep could explain. And the sensor algorithm had been cycling that flag for the last 40 minutes without being able to classify it. A ship that had been drifting for 40 or 60 years should have been tumbling, not dramatically, not end over end, but some slight slow rotation, the cumulative result of decades of solar pressure and gravitational microgradients, and the inevitable statistical drift of a body in motion with no correction applied. Physics insisted on it. Physics required it, but the derelict was sitting still with a precision that felt deliberate, oriented exactly as it might have been oriented when it was first sealed and left here, as if something had been maintaining its position through all the decades of drift and void and accumulated force. There was nothing out here to maintain it. Vance filed that observation in the back of his mind and went to suit up. The boarding party crossed on a tether line. Vance, Jax, and 2 deck crew, whose magnetic boots laid down a 4-beat rhythm against the dead hull as they moved along the spine toward the cargo access. The cold came through the suit insulation almost immediately, not the ambient cold of the void, which pressed in evenly from all sides, but a cold that had direction, pulling from the ship's interior, drawing from somewhere inside the dark ahead of them. Vance had done enough EVA work in his career to know what dead hull felt like. This was something else. This was a surface that had reorganized itself around absence. Every molecule of it pointed inward toward whatever was sitting at the center of that ship. He kept moving. The outer hatch had been sealed from inside. Jax burned through the lock in 4 minutes with a thermal lance, methodical, no wasted passes, and when the seal released, it released the way something releases when it has been held for a very long time and has finally been given permission to let go. A long, slow exhalation that Vance felt in his sternum more than heard through the suit's audio. The hatch swung inward on hydraulics that were somehow still functional, which meant that whatever had been running inside this ship had been running long enough to keep even the passive systems from going fully dormant. The emergency lighting was dead. Their helmet lamps cut white circles into the dark, and the circles pulled the cargo hold out of the black piece by piece. Equipment racks bolted to both walls, tie-down rails, the central loading lane running the full length of the hold. Standard layout, standard dimensions. Cold and still and untouched, carrying the particular quality of undisturbed spaces, not abandoned, but preserved, as though nothing had been allowed to decay. Their footsteps rang off the metal deck and came back slightly wrong, flatter than they should have been, the acoustics of a room that had spent 60 years learning to absorb sound rather than return it. The cold deepened as they moved further in. Vance could feel it pushing against the insulated layers of his suit with increasing pressure, concentrated and directional, as if the temperature in the hold were less a condition and more a force, emanating from the far end of the space. He swept his lamp in that direction. The pod was there. It sat at the very back of the hold, centered on the loading lane with a precision that had nothing to do with standard cargo loading protocol. Equidistant from both bulkheads, aligned exactly on the ship's central spine, not loaded, placed, set down with care by hands that had taken the time to measure and align, treating the positioning as something that mattered. The casing was matte gray, roughly the length of a crew bunk, no markings anywhere on the exterior, no manufacturer's stamp, no serial designation, no stenciled hazard code, no power coupling, no data line, no umbilical of any kind connecting the pod to the ship around it. It sat on the bare deck the way a stone sat in a riverbed, entirely self-contained, indifferent to everything around it, requiring nothing from its environment and giving nothing back, or so it appeared. Jax crouched beside it and ran 2 fingers along the base seam without making contact with the casing, reading the perimeter first, the way a careful man did before touching anything unknown. "No ports," he said, his voice in the controlled flat register he used when something had his full attention. "No couplings, nothing in, nothing out." He pulled his field scanner from his belt and pressed the head against the base panel. The scanner pulsed twice and returned its reading. Vance had done 9 years of salvage work. He had run the scanner over derelict reactors, over improperly sealed biocontainment units, over salvaged hegemony military hardware with the classification codes burned off. He had seen readings that didn't make sense and learned to interpret them carefully rather than dismiss them. What the scanner was showing now was not a reading that didn't make sense. It was 2 readings that directly contradicted each other, displayed simultaneously in adjacent fields. A flat 0 in the power source column, and a continuous active draw of several kilowatts in the consumption column. No input. Sustained output. A machine spending energy it didn't have, drawing from a source the scanner couldn't classify. "Thermal differential," Jax said. "Colder than the hold, colder than the exterior hull. -40 relative to outside ambient, in a sealed compartment. The hold was -112. The hull exterior, equalized to deep space for 60 years, was -150. The pod was registering -190. Vance looked at those numbers and felt the cold pressing in from the direction of the pod, and understood, with the particular clarity of someone trained to follow logic wherever it went, exactly what he was looking at. Something inside that casing was actively generating cold, not passively sitting at whatever temperature the hold happened to be, but producing a thermal differential, pulling heat out of the surrounding environment in a continuous, sustained operation. That operation required energy. The scanner said there was no energy source. The scanner said the draw was real, ongoing, several kilowatts, never stopped. "Where is it pulling from?" Vance asked. Jax lowered the scanner and turned the display face out so they could both see the source identification field. On any functioning stasis unit, that field registered a cell classification: chemical, nuclear, quantum compressed, solar supplemented. Some identifiable physical process converting some stored potential into work. The field on this scanner was not showing a cell classification. It was showing a single word: environmental. The hold was absolutely silent except for the cycling of breath through suit filters. Environmental draw. Harvesting energy from the immediate surroundings. The immediate surroundings were a dead ship with no active systems, sealed and dark for 6 decades, sitting in a zone without a stellar body near enough to provide useful radiation yield. Strip away the dead machinery, strip away the frozen hull, and what surrounded this pod was the void itself. Vacuum. The deep zone, the baseline of the physical universe. Absolute zero, the state at which molecular motion ceased entirely, at which every last quantum of thermal energy had been surrendered and matter had nothing left to give. The floor. The single condition from which thermodynamic law stated, without qualification or exception, that no useful work could be extracted because work required a gradient and absolute zero was the definition of the absence of gradient. One reservoir, no differential, no engine possible. The pod had been drawing several kilowatts from that floor for 60 years. It had not once stopped. Vance stood in the dark hold and felt the cold press against him from the direction of the pod and let the logic complete itself. A machine that ran on nothing. A ship held motionless in the void by something with no physical presence. A casing with no markings and no couplings, placed by careful hands at the precise center of a dead ship, aligned and left and sealed away, not abandoned, not lost, stored, protected, hidden in a location so remote and so dead that only a retrieval mandate with a 10,000-star bounty could have drawn anyone here to find it. The scanner in Jax's hand cycled once more, repeating its impossible readout, the only sound in the hold besides their breathing. Nobody spoke. The scanner cycled its impossible readout, and the cold pressed in from the direction of the pod, and the silence of the hold was the silence of a question nobody wanted to be the first to ask. Vance looked at the pod, looked at the careful alignment, the unmarked casing, the zone of deepening cold that surrounded it like a radius, like a field of influence, like the perimeter of something that was not yet finished becoming what it was going to become. Something the hegemony is willing to give away a nation to get back, he said. He reached for the pod's manual release, and the cold, patient and immense and 60 years old, pressed against his gloves and waited. Chapter 2, The Cargo That Breathes. Getting the pod aboard took 3 hours. Not because it was heavy. The thing weighed less than a standard cargo container, less than the diagnostic equipment they'd had to shift to make room for it in the hold, but because every time one of them touched the casing, the rust-lung systems responded. Not dramatically, not all at once. A flicker in the navigation array that resolved itself before Jax could pull up the error log. A pressure reading in the cargo bay that jumped 2 atmospheres and then returned to normal between one sensor sweep and the next. A vibration in the secondary fuel line, deep and rhythmic, that wasn't quite the same frequency as the engine, and wasn't quite the same frequency as anything else aboard, and that stopped the moment they set the pod down on the cargo deck and stepped back. The rust lung settled around it the way old structures settled around something new, grudgingly, making noise about it, but settling. They had worked the transfer in the methodical silence of a crew that understood each other well enough not to narrate the obvious. Jax on the tether anchor and the magnetic handling frame, guiding the pod across the gap between hulls with the specific caution of a man who had moved enough dangerous cargo to know that dangerous cargo rarely announced itself in advance. Vance on the bay controls, watching the weight readout cycle between impossible values and trying to extrapolate which number to trust. The pod moved smoothly, offered no resistance, required less force than its dimensions suggested it should, and the whole time, the rust lung muttered and shifted around them, its systems finding small, inexplicable reasons to flag alerts that disappeared before they could be examined. By the time the bay doors sealed, 3 separate subsystems had logged error states and cleared themselves without intervention. The maintenance log showed the timestamps and nothing else. No cause, no diagnostic path, no actionable data. Just the record of the ship noticing something and then deciding not to pursue it. Jax ran a manual check on all 3 subsystems and found nothing wrong with any of them. He stood in the engineering corridor with the diagnostic tablet in his hands for a long moment, then set it on the equipment rack and went to wash the grease off his knuckles, which was what Jax did when something had gotten into the part of his mind where he kept the problems he couldn't fix yet. Vance stood in the cargo hold doorway and watched Jax run the first full sensor sweep. The pod sat in the center of the space the same way it had sat in the derelict's hold, placed rather than loaded, precise, occupying the room differently than the equipment around it. In the rust lung's working lights it looked ordinary. Gray casing, smooth, no markings, the kind of object you could walk past in a hegemony processing depot without a second look. Vance had the distinct and irrational impression that this was intentional, that whatever was inside had spent a very long time learning to look like nothing. The sensor sweep returned its first reading, and Jax went still. "That's not right," he said. "What is it?" Jax angled the display toward Vance without looking away from it himself. The mass density field, the readout that reported the quantity and compaction of matter in a given volume, was showing two numbers simultaneously. The first described a singularity, an object of near infinite density compressed into a space too small for the figures to resolve cleanly, the kind of reading you would expect from the collapsed core of a dead star. A number that, by all known physics, should not have been present in the cargo hold of a functioning ship without instantly crushing everything around it. The second described something of ordinary mass, but extraordinary biological complexity. A density reading consistent with a living organism, layered and differentiated and active, the biological analysis subroutine working through tissue classifications it couldn't match to anything in its taxonomy and flagging the discrepancies with the patient persistence of a system that had never encountered a question it couldn't eventually resolve. Both readings were returning from the same point in space, the same volume, simultaneously occupied by a collapsed stellar remnant and a living thing. Vance stared at the display. The recycled air in the hold was cold enough now that he could see his breath on the longest exhales. The rust lung's heating grid had been fighting the pod's thermal bleed since they brought it aboard and losing, the ambient temperature in the cargo section dropping by slow increments toward the threshold, where life support would begin alarming in earnest. He could feel it on the backs of his hands. He thought about the derelict, about the scanner that had returned environmental and kept cycling it on a loop, about the way the dead ship had sat in the void without tumbling for 60 years. "It's doing what it did on the derelict," he said, "returning contradictory data." "No." Jax shook his head once. "On the derelict, the scanner hit its limit and stopped updating. This one is still trying." He scrolled through the biological flags accumulating on the secondary display. 12 distinct tissue types it can't classify. Not unknown tissue, unclassified. The scanner can read them, they're present. It just has no category for what they are. And the density reading? He stopped. What? It's shifting, not fluctuating between values. Shifting. The singularity reading drops by exactly the amount the biological reading increases, then reverses. A cycle. Like, he set the scanner down on top of a nearby equipment case with deliberate care, the care of a man who needed his hands free to think. Like it's breathing. The hold was quiet except for the strain of the heating grid working against the cold, and the distant 3-beat knock of the aft pressure valve. And underneath both of those, lower and slower, something that matched no mechanical process Vance could name. He stood in the doorway and listened to the rust-lung labor around them and tried to find the source of the lower rhythm and couldn't isolate it from the ship's ordinary noise, couldn't rule it out either. He walked into the hold. The pod looked the same up close as it looked from the door. Matte gray, seamless, cold to the eye even before he put his hand near enough to feel the temperature differential radiating off the casing. He crouched in front of the release mechanism he had located on the derelict and not triggered, had pulled his hand back from, had made the decision that the pod came aboard first, and was examined in the controlled environment of his own ship before he opened anything. That had been the cautious call. He had been certain of it on the derelict, and somewhat less certain of it in the hours since, as the rust-lung systems catalogued anomaly after anomaly and cleared them without explanation, as the cold deepened in the cargo section and the heating grid's power draw climbed, as the secondary fuel line ran its unexplained vibration and the maintenance log accumulated its entries of things that happened and then stopped happening, and were never explained. The cautious call and the correct call were not always the same call. "The sensor readings are still cycling," Jax said from behind him. "The singularity read and the biological read, they haven't stabilized. If the physics of what we're looking at are genuinely cycling between those two states, I don't know what opening the pod does to the equilibrium. I don't know if breaking the seal interrupts the cycle." He paused. "I also don't know what the cycle looks like from inside the pod. If something is alive in there, it's been inside a field that the external sensors are reading as a near-infinite density event. 60 years of that." Vance looked at the release mechanism and thought about what survived inside a singularity for 60 years, and came out of it with its eyes closed and its palms turned upward, waiting. "If it were dangerous to open," he said, "the hegemony would have specified containment protocols. The mandate said intact delivery, not sealed delivery. The hegemony also called it an administrative error. They did." Vance put his hand on the release. The casing was cold enough that even through his work glove he felt it as a pressure rather than a temperature, the cold too total to register as sensation and instead registering as force, as though the surface were actively discouraging contact. He held his hand there and let his body convince itself of the temperature. Then he tightened his grip on the mechanism. "If we seal it back up and make the delivery, we get the cluster. That's the job." Jax was quiet for a moment. "Yeah. You thinking about the job?" Another pause. Longer. "Not really." Vance nodded. "Neither am I." He looked at the release mechanism. He thought about the 10,000 stars. He thought about the word contained, and about what it meant that the hegemony had used it instead of any of the dozen other words available to them. He triggered the release. The seal disengaged without drama. No pressure differential, no temperature spike, no mechanical percussion of locking bolts withdrawing, just a faint click, the sound of something choosing to open rather than being opened, and the casing split along a seam that had been invisible until it wasn't. The two halves of the pod tilted away from each other on internal hinges, slow and deliberate, and opened. The interior was white, not lit, white. The material lining the inside of the casing was generating its own soft luminescence, even and sourceless, and in it was a girl. She appeared to be somewhere between 12 and 16 years old, though the number felt wrong the moment Vance tried to pin it. Her face had the proportions of childhood and the stillness of something much older, a stillness that wasn't sleep and wasn't calm, but was the specific absence of the small, constant movements, living things made without knowing they were making them. She was seated with her knees drawn up, spine perfectly straight, arms resting along her thighs with the palms turned upward. Her eyes were closed. Her hair was dark, floating very slightly around her face as if she were suspended in liquid, though the air in the pod was as still as the air in the hold. She was wearing a single plain garment the color of old bone that Vance had never seen a material match for. She was entirely real. She was entirely impossible. The scanner in Jax's hands began cycling through readings at a rate it had not been designed for, flags accumulating faster than the display could clear them. Vance didn't look at it. He looked at the girl. She opened her eyes. They were dark. Dark enough that the distinction between iris and pupil was only visible when the light caught them at the right angle, and when it did, there was depth behind the darkness that didn't resolve into a standard reflection. No surface, just depth, and whatever was behind it. She looked at Vance without the disorientation of someone waking from sleep, without the flinch or the reaching out of a person surfacing from unconsciousness or confusion. She simply looked, present and complete, with the particular quality of attention that belonged to someone who had been waiting, and had known approximately how long the wait would be, and had been right. She did not speak. Then she breathed. It was not an inhalation in any sense Vance could confirm instrumentally. Nothing moved toward her. Her chest rose without drawing the air in the hold in any direction, expanding in a slow, deliberate motion that preceded the movement of air rather than caused it. And then the air did move, a slow, warm current, subtle enough that Vance felt it as a change in pressure rather than a wind, flowing from everywhere in the hold toward her and then from her outward. A single breath moving through the space in a quiet, expanding ring that crossed his face like a second temperature. He breathed it in before he could decide not to. It tasted of ozone, of copper, of something green and growing that had no business being present in a recycled air environment, a smell his body recognized before his mind had a name for it. The smell of something alive, deeply alive, alive in a register that the rust lungs filtered and processed and recirculated atmosphere had never come close to approximating. He exhaled. The hold lights changed. The sterile white halogens, standard decommissioned Hegemony frigate working lights, flat and functional, identical to the working lights in every ship of this class that had ever been sold off to salvage operators, shifted, not flickered, not failed, moved through the visible spectrum in a long, slow wave, white to blue, flat to pulsing, finding a rhythm that was not the rhythm of any electrical cycle Vance had ever operated under, and settling into it with a finality that said the lights would not be going back. The cargo hold bloomed with blue-white living light, and it pulsed, in and out, slow and steady, breathing. And the frequency matched the low rhythm Vance had been hearing under the rust lung system since the pod came aboard. Jax. His own voice sounded further away than he expected. Yeah. Jax's voice was not steady. Close, but not. Tell me what the scrubbers are reading. A pause. The sound of Jax pulling up the life support output panel. The particular quality of silence that preceded information that had nowhere to go. She isn't breathing oxygen, Captain. The life support scrubbers. They're reporting she's exhaling pure, unsequenced genetic material. The words dropped into the blue pulsing hold and stayed there. Vance looked at the girl. The girl looked back at him with her dark, depthless eyes and breathed, steady and slow, each exhale moving through the hold in a warm, invisible wave that the scrubbers filtered and failed to process, and logged and flagged and could not stop. The rust lung had been built to handle oxygen, carbon dioxide, trace human metabolic particulate. It had not been built for this. Nothing had been built for this. The Hegemony had built the pod to contain it, and the pod had managed for 60 years, and now the pod was open. The cluster wasn't payment. The cluster was the Hegemony's calculation of the cost of getting the suppressor back, before whatever was currently drifting through the rust lung's air supply had enough time to do what it was apparently designed by whatever had designed it to do. Somewhere in the ship's walls, in the iron and copper and aged insulation of a decommissioned frigate in the dead zone, something shifted. Not a sound, not a reading. Something at the edge of perceptible, like the moment before a fever registered on a thermometer. Present, building, committed to a direction, and not yet visible in any instrument that measured the before. The lights pulsed. The girl breathed. The scrubbers ran their filters over something they had no classification for. And the rust lung, which had been groaning and complaining since the moment the pod came aboard, went quiet. Not powered down quiet, not system failure quiet, listening quiet. Chapter 3. Cellular Whispers. The first symptom appeared in Jax's left hand. He noticed it 6 hours after the pod opened, in the middle of a routine diagnostic on the heating grid, which had been fighting the cargo section's thermal bleed all day and losing ground at a rate that was going to become a life support problem within 48 hours. If he didn't trace the source of the drain and address it. He'd been working with his gloves on, habit always, in engineering spaces where the ambient temperature had dropped far enough to make bare contact with the metalwork unpleasant. He'd pulled the left glove to check a manual valve that needed a finer touch than the insulated grip allowed. Done the check, gone to pull the glove back on. His hand stopped him. The skin was wrong, not damaged. He'd been looking at the backs of his hands for 38 years, and he knew what damage looked like. The mottled discoloration of cold exposure, the dry cracking of chemical contact, the red blooms of a burn. This wasn't any of those things. The skin was translucent, not uniformly, in a pattern, moving from the base of each finger down to the wrist in faint channels that corresponded loosely to the underlying venous structure, as if the tissue directly over the veins had become something other than opaque while he wasn't paying attention. He turned his hand in the light from the engineering panel, and the channels caught the glow and returned it. Not reflected, but held. A faint, steady luminescence, blue at the edges and gold at the center, running along every vein in his hand and wrist, in a network so precise it looked like something had drawn it there. He stood very still for a moment in the cold engineering corridor and looked at his hand. Then he flexed his fingers, one at a time, and felt exactly nothing wrong. No stiffness, no pain, no loss of sensation. The hand worked perfectly. The grip when he tested it on the valve housing was, if anything, stronger than it had been before. A solidity in the tendons and small bones that he didn't remember being there that morning, as if something had gone through the architecture of his hand in the night and quietly replaced what it found with something better. He held the hand up to the light and watched the network pulse. The pulse was not the same rate as his heartbeat. It was slower, one cycle for every 3 or 4 beats, the rhythm of something operating on a longer clock than cardiovascular muscle, something in the tissue that had its own timeline and was running it regardless of what the heart was doing. He watched it for almost a full minute, turning his hand at different angles, checking whether the luminescence was a surface phenomenon or something seated deeper. Deeper, he concluded, seated in the structure itself, in whatever the structure was becoming. He felt none of the fear this observation should have produced. He filed that absence alongside the observation and went to find Vance. Vance was on the bridge. He had been on the bridge since they brought the pod aboard, running the same sensor checks on repeat, with the specific focus of a man trying to extract certainty from data that wasn't offering any. The navigation array had been logging micro-corrections all day, tiny adjustments to their heading, fractions of a degree, the kind of thing that happened when the gyroscopic stabilizers drifted or when an external gravitational influence was nudging the ship's trajectory. There were no gyroscopic anomalies. There were no external gravitational bodies within range significant enough to produce the effect. The corrections were happening anyway, small and regular, as if something aboard the rust lung had developed a preference about which direction the ship was pointing and was quietly expressing it. When Jax walked in and pulled off the left glove without preamble and held his hand under the bridge lights, Vance looked at it for a long moment without speaking. Then he pulled off his own right glove. The network was there, less developed than what Jax was showing, the channels thinner, the luminescence fainter, running only from the knuckles to mid-forearm rather than mapping the full venous structure. But present. The same pattern, the same blue-gold light, the same solidity in the underlying tissue where his bones had always felt like bones, and now felt like something that had decided to be more than bones. Neither of them said anything for several seconds. "How long?" Jax asked. "I noticed it 2 hours ago. I've been waiting for it to hurt." "Has it?" "No." Vance flexed the hand, watching the network move with it. The light didn't waver with the motion. It tracked, as if it were part of the tissue now rather than a surface phenomenon, integrated rather than applied. "You?" Jack shook his head. He was looking at his hand with the expression he used when a piece of machinery had done something it shouldn't have been capable of, and he was trying to decide whether to be alarmed or impressed. The expression was usually followed by impressed. "It doesn't feel like a symptom," he said. "I keep waiting for it to feel like a symptom." "What does it feel like?" Jax considered this with the seriousness he brought to mechanical assessments. Like when you've been running a system well under its rated capacity for years and you finally let it run at full load. That feeling when the engine stops holding back. He paused. Like clarity. Vance pulled his glove back on and looked at the navigation array's log of micro-corrections. He had been operating under the assumption that the symptoms, whatever they turned out to be, would be readable as pathology, something to diagnose and counter and report to a medical database. That was the framework for exposure events. Identify the vector, quantify the spread, assess the damage, determine the treatment. The framework required damage. The framework required the exposure to be taking something away. He looked at the readout of his own grip strength when he'd tested the glove against the console housing 2 hours ago and clocked it at a number he hadn't touched since his mid-20s. He closed the readout. "We need to check the others," he said. They gathered in the mess hall because it was the largest common space on the ship, and because it was, by some quality Vance couldn't quantify, warmer than the rest of the Rust Lung's common areas. Not physically. The thermometers read the same as they always did. But the light was different in here. The standard white halogens had shifted the same way the cargo bay lights had shifted when the girl breathed. Not fully blue, but trending in that direction, pulsing with a rhythm so slow and subtle that you could convince yourself it was a power fluctuation, until you'd watched it for long enough to count the period and found it too consistent to be anything mechanical. The mess hall was breathing. The whole ship was breathing. Vance had stopped expecting the instruments to explain it. The crew gathered and showed their hands. All of them were infected. The degree varied. In some, the network was concentrated in the hands and forearms. In others, it had mapped further, tracing the venous structure up into the neck and the temples, the luminescence there visible as a faint pulse behind the skin when the overhead lights were low. One crew member had pressed a hand to a bulkhead earlier in the day without thinking about it and found that the metal had been warm to the touch, warmer than the heating grid could account for, as if the wall itself had been running a fever. The mark of the handprint was still faintly visible on the iron, a residue of something amber-colored and warm, too thin to be the biomech sap they hadn't yet seen at full weep, but pointing in that direction. The ship beginning to sweat the same language the crew was starting to speak. The remarkable thing was the absence of fear. Vance watched the people around the mess table looking at their own hands and each other's hands, and found none of the panic or the grief that an exposure event should have produced. What he found instead was a quiet that felt like the pause before recognition. The moment when the mind has received enough information to begin assembling a picture and is waiting for the last piece to confirm what it already suspects. He felt his own pulse and then felt the question of why he was feeling his own pulse, which he never did, and realized it wasn't his pulse he was feeling. It was all of theirs. Not a metaphor, not a shared stress response producing synchronized rhythm. He could feel, with a specificity that had nothing to do with proximity or sound, the heartbeat of every person in the room. Distinct rates, distinct pressures, the mechanical particulars of 4 different cardiovascular systems doing their work. And they were not synchronized, not yet, but they were converging, the way instruments converged when they were tuned to the same note, the way a room of separate fires converged toward a single temperature. The rates were pulling toward each other with the slow, patient gravity of a process that had decided where it was going and was in no hurry, because it knew it would get there. He pressed 2 fingers to his own wrist and timed the beat against what he was feeling from across the table. The numbers were close, closer than they had any reason to be. In another few hours they would be identical, and he had no medical framework that explained what happened to 4 separate nervous systems when their cardiovascular rhythms locked to a single frequency, and he found that the absence of a framework did not concern him the way it should have. That absence of concern concerned him slightly more. He catalogued it and set it aside. He looked at Jax. Jax was sitting very still with both hands flat on the mess table, and an expression on his face that Vance had never seen on him before. Not alarmed, not guarded, just open, the expression of a man receiving information he hadn't known he was capable of receiving, and finding it exactly as coherent as information always was when it arrived in the right format. "You feel it too," Vance said. "Yeah." Jax pressed his palms harder against the table, and the metal under his hands bloomed with the faintest suggestion of warmth, the ghost of the process that was going to be something else entirely in a few more days. It's like... He stopped. Started again. I thought it was radiation sickness, but sickness takes things away. This is building something inside me. The mess hall was quiet for a moment. The lights pulsed their slow, blue-edged pulse. Vance could feel 6 heartbeats in his own, and the 6 were moving toward a shared number the way a tide moved toward a shore. Not quickly, not violently, just inevitably, with the full weight of physics behind it. Then the comm panel on the wall chimed and a transmission began to come through. Vance recognized the format before the content resolved. The signal architecture of a Hegemony long-range transmission, the specific layered encryption of an executive arm mandate communication, the carrier frequency that the Rust Lungs comm system had been built to receive and prioritize above everything else. He had spent 4 years responding to that chime. He had built his operational framework around it, the instinct to move toward the comm panel and give it his attention, because Hegemony transmissions were revenue, and revenue was survival. He sat at the mess table and listened to the chime and did not move. The transmission resolved into audio, and the voice of a Hegemony enforcement officer began to speak. The clipped, precise diction of someone delivering a formal escalation, legal language and threat quantification and asset retrieval protocol, and the specific bureaucratic grammar of an empire, telling a salvage crew that they had a limited window in which to make the correct decision before the nature of their choices was reclassified from an error to a crime. Vance knew the format. He could have delivered the message himself if he'd needed to, could have predicted the sentence structure and the sequencing of the legal terminology from long familiarity with the Hegemony's institutional voice. He heard approximately 6 words of it. The rest arrived as noise, not static. The signal was clean, the transmission intact, but noise in the sense of meaninglessness, of sound that carried no information his current state was equipped to process. The enforcement officer spoke, and Vance heard the acoustic wave and understood that meaning was encoded in it, and found that he could not reach the meaning the way he could not reach an object through glass. Something in the room, in himself, had reorganized the relationship between incoming signal and attention, and the Hegemony's voice was on the wrong side of the new boundary. Too flat, too cold, too precisely structured, too purely digital, too entirely devoid of the thing that was currently moving through the mess hall at the frequency of a shared biological truth. It wasn't that the words were hard to hear. It was that they felt the way a dead language felt, grammatically intact, phonetically recognizable, and completely without the living tissue that turned sound into sense. The Hegemony officer recited threat quantification and legal protocol and asset retrieval timelines, and every syllable was perfectly formed, and Vance sat in the mess hall and felt the pulse in his blood and understood, with the specific clarity of a man receiving 2 signals on very different frequencies at the same time, that he was moving away from one of them, whether he chose to or not. He glanced around the table. He was not the only one who had stopped listening. The transmission ran its full automated length and ended, and the comm panel returned to standby, and the mess hall was quiet again with its slow-breathing lights and its converging heartbeats and the faint residue of amber warmth on the bulkhead where a hand had rested that afternoon. "They're going to send someone," Jax said. Not alarmed. Flat, the way he noted a system reading that confirmed what he'd already expected. "They already have someone," Vance said. "They'll have had someone moving since before the mandate reached us. That transmission was paperwork. The ship is already in transit." Jax looked at his hands on the table, at the network pulsing slow and gold in his skin. "And we're going to..." Vance looked at his hand under the table. The network in his skin pulsed once, steady and certain, and the pulse was his and Jax's and everyone else in the rooms, all of it converging on the same beat with the momentum of a process that had already decided what it was building. In the cargo hold, the girl breathed her slow, steady, impossible breath, each exhale moving through the ship's air supply in warm, invisible waves that the scrubbers filtered and failed to catch, filling the rust-lung cell by cell and system by system with something that had been waiting 60 years for a ship to breathe it. The Hegemony transmission had sounded like static. The pulse in his blood had sounded like a song. He already knew which one he was going to follow. "We're going to keep moving," he said. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. They reached the neutral zone border at 0600 on the third day out of the dead zone, and the dreadnought was already there. It had dropped out of fold space close, too close, inside the standard safety margin, close enough that the Rust Lung's proximity alarm went off for 4 seconds before Vance silenced it by hand. The dreadnought sat directly across their heading, 200 kilometers out, and it was golden. Not gilded, not decorated, constructed in gold-toned alloy from bow to stern, the kind of material that required a manufacturing process so resource-intensive it was only used for vessels whose primary purpose was to communicate wealth rather than survive combat, which was itself a communication. That the Hegemony had sent something worth more than most planetary economies to collect one pod from a salvage frigate, because the Hegemony wanted the salvage frigate to understand the scale of the power differential before the conversation began. The dreadnought was 3 times the Rust Lung's length. Its weapons arrays were extended. It was running full active sensor sweep, which meant it had been running it long enough before their arrival to have complete firing solutions on every system aboard the Rust Lung already mapped and updated and waiting. It had not fired. That was its second communication. Vance stood at the forward viewport and looked at it, and did the arithmetic of what it meant that the Hegemony had sent something this expensive, rather than something merely lethal. They wanted the pod intact. They wanted the girl inside it intact. A vessel optimized for destruction would have been cheaper and more decisive, and the Hegemony had not sent it, which meant there were constraints on what the dreadnought was authorized to do, regardless of how the conversation went. He filed that observation and turned to the comm panel. The transmission came before he reached it. Automated. The standard Hegemony intercept and hold protocol. The carrier frequency that commandeered the receiving ship's comm system and used it without asking. The voice that came through was crisp and official and utterly certain of the ground it stood on. Immediate compliance was required. The asset designated in Retrieval Mandate 774 was to be transferred to Hegemony custody within the hour via shuttle in the conditions specified in the mandate. The crew of the Rust Lung would then be free to depart with the contracted compensation intact. All terms remained available. The Hegemony was prepared to honor its offer in full. The transmission ended. Vance looked at the dreadnought through the viewport. The gold of its hull caught the distant starlight and gave it back amplified, filling the forward section of the bridge with a cold reflected glow that put sharp shadows behind everything it touched. He stood in that light and breathed and felt, under his own breath, the slow synchronized pulse that had been running through the ship's biology for 3 days, his and Jax's and the rest of them, all one rhythm now, locked and steady. A single heartbeat distributed through 4 bodies, and the ship around them like a current through a circuit. He thought about what he had understood 2 days ago in the mess hall. That the cluster was not payment but calculation. That the Hegemony had run the numbers on what the girl's exhaled genetic material could do if left unchecked in a functioning ship's biosphere, and the number they had arrived at was 10,000 stars, and they had put that number on the table and called it generosity. He thought about the word contained. He thought about 60 years of a suppressor holding something in suspension, and about what it meant that the suppressor had been in a dead zone derelict rather than a Hegemony facility, and about the specific kind of problem that an empire solved by putting it somewhere it hoped no one would find, rather than by bringing it inside and managing it directly. He pulled off his right glove and pressed his bare palm to the bridge bulkhead. The metal was warm, not the ambient warmth of a heated interior surface. Warm the way living tissue was warm, with the specific, subtle warmth of something that had a temperature because it was generating it, because metabolic processes were occurring in it and producing heat as a byproduct. The wall under his hand had a pulse. He felt it move against his palm in the same rhythm as the beat in his blood. The ship's new biology, speaking the same language his own was speaking now, the two of them in conversation through the medium of a wall that had been iron 20 days ago and was becoming something else in increments too small to observe directly. He held his hand there and the bulkhead bled. It came from the junction point, where his palm met the surface, a slow welling of amber fluid, warm and slightly viscous, the color of old honey and the smell of ozone and copper and something alive underneath both. The biomech sap emerging at the contact point between his changed biology and the ship's changing structure, the two systems finding the interface they were both being built toward. It ran across the back of his hand in a slow line, and he watched it and felt the warmth of it, and felt the warmth of the ship, and felt the warmth of his own blood, and did not find any meaningful difference between the three. Vance. Jax was at the tactical station, watching the dreadnoughts' weapons array on the proximity display. His voice was even, not afraid. Jax did not appear to be capable of fear at this particular stage of what was happening to him, but precise in the way he got precise when timelines mattered. They're running targeting cycles, active lock updates every 90 seconds. They're not pointing anything at us yet, but they're keeping the solutions current. How long until the hour is up? 53 minutes. Vance looked at his hand, at the amber line of sap running across it, at the way the luminescent network in his skin had deepened over the past 3 days, from faint blue gold to something richer and more total. The channels wider now, tracing the full venous structure from his fingertips to his shoulder, and from his shoulder to his neck, and, he knew without needing a mirror, into his face. He had stopped looking at his own reflection 2 days ago. The information it contained had stopped being relevant to the questions he was actually trying to answer. He walked to the comm panel. The dreadnought would have been expecting one of two things: silence, which was non-compliance, requiring escalation, or a response, which was negotiation, requiring patience. The Hegemony had considerable experience with both. It had frameworks for both. Its institutional machinery was designed around both possibilities in a way that made it enormously effective at dealing with salvage crews who either refused contact or wanted to haggle, because salvage crews were ultimately operating inside an economic reality that the Hegemony controlled and could therefore be moved through economic pressure in one direction or another. The Hegemony did not have a framework for what it was about to receive. Vance opened the comm channel and put his bare hand, his sap-wet, luminescent, warm-blooded hand, the hand of something that was moving away from the organism the Hegemony had catalogued as crew member, salvage operator, licensed under registration number, debt balance outstanding, against the transmission panel. He opened his mouth, and what he intended to say was a refusal. The clean, direct refusal of a man who had made a decision and was delivering it without apology. But what came out first was not language. It was the pulse, the shared biological rhythm of the rust lung and its crew, transmitted through the comm array as an audio frequency, moving through the open channel toward the golden dreadnought at the speed of light. He felt it leave him the way you felt a held breath leave, with relief, with release, with the particular sensation of something that had been building pressure finally finding an outlet. On the dreadnought, in the targeting arrays and the navigation computers and the digital mainframe that ran the firing solutions and the sensor sweeps and the automated intercept protocol that had commandeered the Rust Lung's comm system, something arrived that the systems had no classification for. Not a signal, not an attack, a frequency, warm and biological and carrying the full weight of the thing that was growing in the Rust Lung's biosphere. The girl's genetic material suspended in the air supply, the biomech sap threading through the copper wiring, The Marrow Crystals networked through 4 bodies in perfect synchronization. The Hegemony's digital logic met that frequency and did what digital logic always did when it encountered something entirely outside its taxonomy. It tried to process it and began to rot. Not catastrophically, not in an explosion of sparks and failing power grids. In the way organic material rotted when left in the wrong conditions, slowly from the edges in, the targeting array losing accuracy in increments too small to be alarming and then too large to ignore. The firing solutions drifting off their marks as the calibration data degraded. The sensor sweep cycling through returns that no longer made sense. The automated systems running their procedures on data that had been quietly replaced with something alive and foreign and entirely unlike the inputs the algorithms had been designed to handle. Vance spoke into the comm after the frequency had gone through, and his voice carried the layered resonance of a man whose vocal cords were no longer the only thing generating sound when he breathed. "Keep the stars, all 10,000 of them. Stack them in a pile and stand on top of them and look in any direction you want." He pressed his palm harder against the panel, and the amber sap spread across it in a slow, warm bloom. "We are not coming to your processing station. We are not transferring the asset. We are not operating under the terms of your mandate or any mandate you issue, now or after this. Whatever you built your offer around, whatever calculation told you that number was large enough, go back to it. Run it again. Because what is on this ship is no longer what was in that pod, and it was never what you thought it was." He paused. In the 53 minutes since the transmission arrived, the pulse running through the rust lung had deepened by another increment. He could feel the girl breathing in the cargo hold below the bridge, could feel her breath moving through the ship's air supply in slow, warm, inexorable waves. Could feel, at the very edge of perception, the marrow crystals in his own skeleton vibrating at a frequency he had no word for. A note below sound, felt in the sternum and the jaw and the base of the skull, rather than heard, the note that matter made when something was reorganizing it at the structural level and had decided to stop being quiet about it. "We are keeping what is ours," he said, "and you should leave before what is ours decides to keep you." He closed the channel. The dreadnought sat in the gold-tinted dark across their heading and did not move and did not fire. Its targeting arrays were cycling through recalibration in response to the degraded firing solutions, running automated correction passes and finding that the corrections did not correct. The data continuing to drift as the biological frequency worked through the digital substrate of its systems in the patient, incremental way that living things worked through inert material. Not fast, not visible, but committed. "They're losing targeting resolution," Jack said from the tactical station. His voice had something in it that was not quite satisfaction and not quite awe, and was precisely the sound of a man watching a machine do exactly what he had always suspected it was capable of. "Firing solutions are degrading across all arrays. They're running corrections, but the corrections aren't holding." Vance looked at his hand against the comm panel. The sap had cooled slightly in the ambient air, but the network beneath his skin still pulsed its steady gold, and the ship around him pulsed with it, and the girl in the cargo hold breathed and breathed, and the air carried everything she exhaled to every corner of the rust lung's biosphere, reaching into every system and every cell and every dark corridor of the ship that had been a derelict frigate, and was becoming something that did not have a name yet. The dreadnought's forward thrusters fired, not toward them. Away, a slow, deliberate withdrawal, maintaining its facing while increasing the distance, the movement of a vessel whose crew had received information that required reassessment before any further action could be authorized. The golden hull caught the starlight as it moved, and the light it gave back had changed slightly, subtly, a warmth in the spectrum that hadn't been there before. The crew of that dreadnought would not understand what they were feeling yet, would not have the category for the faint, inexplicable warmth in their instrumentation, the slight shift in the recycled air's quality, the new note in the harmonic of their ship's systems. They would run diagnostics and find nothing wrong and feel, underneath the diagnostic conclusion, the first quiet suggestion that the diagnostics were no longer adequate to describe the full range of what was present. The neutral zone border lay behind the rust lung, and the dead zone behind that, and the girl's breath moved through the ship's air and the heartbeat of the crew, and the ship was one thing, and ahead of them was everything that was not hegemony space. "We're through," Jack said. Vance left his hand on the comm panel for another moment, feeling the sap and the warmth and the pulse, and then he took it away and looked at what the panel looked like after, the amber residue still warm, still faintly luminescent. The metal beneath it changed in some way that the instruments would flag and be unable to classify and log and never explain. The dreadnought would reach a hegemony station in 4 days. It would file a report. The report would reach someone with the authority to respond to it, and that person would read what the sensor logs had recorded in the final minutes before the targeting arrays lost resolution, and they would make a decision about what to do next. Somewhere in the machinery of that response, an order would be given. A fleet would be moved. The full weight of the hegemony's cold and calculated power would begin its transit toward the dead zone and whatever lay past it, toward the rust lung and what the rust lung was becoming, with all the sterile precision of an empire that had never once encountered something that didn't fit inside its mathematics. It did not know yet that the mathematics were the problem. Chapter 5. Crystallized Marrow. Jax went to the medical bay because the sound was getting loud enough to be distracting. It had started 2 days out of the neutral zone as a low, intermittent grinding that he'd initially classified as a joint complaint, the deep tissue protest that came from long hours in engineering spaces and too little recovery time. He had ignored it the way he ignored most minor mechanical complaints, organic or otherwise, logged it, monitored it, expected it to resolve or escalate into something actionable. It had done neither. It had simply continued, regular and rhythmic, a grinding he could feel in the long bones of his forearms and femurs, and most clearly in his spine, each vertebra producing a faint, precise sound when he twisted past a certain angle, like glass settling into a new configuration, like something being packed tightly into a space that was being reformed to accommodate it. It didn't hurt. That was the part that kept stopping him when he tried to apply the standard framework for what bone sounds meant. Every mechanical instinct he possessed said sound from a structural component meant stress, fatigue, the early signal of a failure cascade. Every physical instinct said bone sounds meant pain. The grinding in his skeleton produced neither. It produced clarity, the specific settling clarity of a mechanism that had been running with excess play in its tolerances and was finally being built to spec. He had filed this observation alongside the others that didn't fit the damage model and went back to work, and noted with the professional detachment of someone who had learned to trust instruments over assumptions that the damage model was probably the problem. He lay down on the auto-dock table because it was correct procedure, not because he expected useful output. The auto-dock had been losing confidence in its own readings for 5 days, cycling through contradictory biological data across the full crew and arriving at continued monitoring, which was the medical system's version of what Jax did when a problem exceeded his current toolkit. He watched the preliminary scan run and felt the grinding in his spine and let the table tell him what it could. The medical bay smelled different than it used to. Not badly. Not the chemical and recycled air smell of a ship running its atmospheric scrubbers at maximum load. Not the sharper antiseptic smell of the auto-dock's sterilization protocol. Something underneath both of those, warm, faint, organic, the smell of something growing in a space that hadn't been designed for growth. The rust lung was producing it everywhere now, this faint underlayer of green and copper and living process, but it was strongest in enclosed spaces, in the rooms where the crew spent the most time, where the exhaled genetic material had concentrated and the biomech sap was closest to the surface of the walls. Jax breathed it in and felt the grinding in his spine complete one of its cycles, and arrive at a note that vibrated at the same frequency as the ship's pulse. He let the autodoc run its scan and waited. The autodoc thought about its preliminary results for 4 seconds, an eternity for a system that processed standard biological data in milliseconds, and then asked him to hold still for a secondary pass. Jax held still. The secondary scan completed. The autodoc presented its findings. He sat up on the table and read the display and was quiet for a long moment. His bone marrow was gone, not diseased, not necrotic, absent in the way that implied replacement rather than failure. The medullary cavities of every long bone in imaging range were occupied by a crystalline lattice that the material analysis classified, with visible uncertainty, as a biological mineral compound absent from its taxonomy. The lattice had the density of a high-grade structural alloy and the electrical conductivity of neural tissue. It was integrated into the periosteum, the bone's outer membrane, with a precision that spoke of growth rather than intrusion, as if the marrow cells had been given a blueprint, executed it with complete fidelity, and then vacated. Their work was done. What remained was the structure they had built, filling his skeleton from the inside with something the autodoc described with increasing qualification in each successive line until its final notation, which read simply, "No analogous tissue type on record." The autodoc had also attempted to run a standard bone density assessment, the kind it used to flag calcium depletion and fracture risk in long-haul crew. The assessment had returned values so far beyond its rated maximum that the system had flagged the measurement apparatus as potentially miscalibrated and run 2 verification passes. Both verification passes returned the same number. The autodoc had noted this in the report with the clinical restraint of a system that did not have access to the concept of awe and moved on to the next measurement. The system began composing a critical alert. Jax looked at the display and thought about the grip test he'd run yesterday on an engineering coupling. A routine check, a torque gauge, a number that had come back high enough that he'd looked at it for a full minute before deciding not to log it. He thought about the way the lattice in his knuckle bones had been catching the light through the translucent skin all morning, throwing small prismatic refractions into the surrounding tissue that he'd been careful not to let anyone else see him looking at for too long, not because he was worried about the reaction, but because he hadn't yet finished working out what he thought himself. He stood up from the table and picked up the heaviest piece of equipment in the room, the diagnostic assembly's sensor housing, a reinforced steel casing that normally required 2 hands and braced legs to lift. He picked it up with one hand from the floor without bracing anything. He held it at arm's length for 10 seconds while his other hand pressed against the wall for reference, not for support, just to feel the texture of the effort, the ease of it, the complete absence of the muscular recruitment that lifting this object used to require. Then he set it back down. He sat back on the table. The autodoc's alert finished composing and prepared to transmit. Jax reached up and disconnected the diagnostic leads from the table's primary port. He used what he intended as a moderate pull, the force appropriate to a stuck connector. What that force was not appropriate for, he discovered in the same instant, was reinforced diagnostic cable and bolted steel mounting hardware. The leads tore free with the sheathing intact. The connector hardware deformed at the point of contact. The diagnostic assembly bolted to the underside of the table came away from its mounts in a single clean movement, 4 steel brackets bending back against the table surface like opened fingers. The whole assembly came to rest in his hand with the matter-of-fact completeness of a thing that had been asked to come free and had complied. He set it beside him on the table. He hadn't intended to use that much force. He hadn't been aware in the moment of using any particular amount at all. He flexed the hand and watched the lattice in his knuckle bones catch the medical bay's overhead lights and fragment them into small traveling rainbows across the ceiling. He felt the strength in the tendons and small bones the way you felt good tooling, not the effort of a thing being forced to its limit, but the settled confidence of a thing operating well inside it. The lattice had replaced the weakest material in his skeleton with the strongest material his own cells could manufacture, and his cells had apparently had access to a blueprint that made their previous output look like a prototype. He sat with that thought for a moment. He was a man who had spent his entire working life understanding materials, what they were rated for, what they could actually handle, what the gap between those two numbers represented in practical terms. The gap was always there. The gap was the margin that kept ships flying and crews alive, the difference between the specification and the reality of what a material could do under sustained load. He understood the gap intuitively, without calculation, the way a musician understood tempo, and what he was feeling now, sitting in the medical bay with his bent mounting hardware and his prismatic knuckles, was the complete absence of a gap. The material in his skeleton was running at its own rated maximum, and the rated maximum was somewhere the old numbers didn't reach. He was still watching the ceiling rainbows when Vance arrived. Vance stood in the doorway and took in the scene. The disconnected assembly on the table, the bent mounting hardware, Jack sitting with his gloves off and the lattice light moving through his knuckles. "Did you mean to do that?" "Not specifically." Jax held the hand up toward the overhead panels. "The marrow's gone." Scanner imaged the lattice and all the long bones, grown in, not invasive, integrated at the periosteum. He lowered the hand. The AUDIOBOOK was about to flag a critical biological alert. I pulled the leads before it transmitted. "How hard did you pull?" Jax looked at the bent mounting hardware. "Less hard than that looks." Vance crossed to the display terminal and read the scan data the way he read all data that required him to revise a working model, carefully from the beginning, building the picture properly rather than scanning for the conclusion. The medical bay was quiet enough that Jax could hear, in the silence, the grinding from Vance's spine when he shifted his weight at the terminal. The pulse carrying it, physical data crossing the space between bodies through the medium of shared biology. The way the ship's internal sensors passed readings between stations. Vance pressed 2 fingers to the back of his own neck. He felt the grinding there, the compression and settlement of crystal filling a vertebral body that was being expanded incrementally to receive it. He held the pressure and looked at the display. "It isn't breaking us down, Captain. It's stripping the weakness out. We are becoming architecture." Vance turned from the terminal. He looked at the scan data and at the bent mounting hardware and at the light refracting through Jax's knuckles. Then he looked at his own hands, the network in the veins pulsing gold and deep, wider now than a week ago, mapped all the way to his shoulders. He was quiet long enough for the grinding in both their spines to complete one full cycle of its rhythm. "The lattice is conducting signal traffic." Vance had kept reading while Jax spoke. The AUDIOBOOK flagged electrical patterning in the crystal structure, neural type. It's interfacing at the periosteum and extending outward from there. He paused. "Into the pulse frequency." "Yeah." Jax looked at the bent mounts. The force had been casual, not effortful, just a reach and a pull, and the steel had opened. "It's not just structural reinforcement. The crystals are processing. Whatever the pulse is routing between us, whatever the ship is running through the sap, it's threading through our bones now. We're not synchronized anymore. We're networked. The lattice in my skeleton and yours and the others is one distributed system." He pressed his knuckles against the table and felt the table press back with a warmth it hadn't had yesterday. The AUDIOBOOK clocked it as neural-type signal traffic, which means we're thinking with our bones. Some fraction of whatever we're becoming is thinking with our bones. He said this the way he would have said that an engine had been running lean without anyone realizing. Factually. With a certain satisfaction at having identified the mechanism. The grinding shifted in both of them simultaneously, dropping a half tone into a lower register, settling, the sound of a process reaching a new stage of completion. Neither of them commented on it. Vance pulled the AUDIOBOOK's full report to the end of it, past the hedged language and the flagged unknowns, to the background process that had been running quietly during the examination. He watched it complete. The auto-dock updated its status display. The alerts were gone, not suppressed, not queued, deleted. Every biological anomaly, critical flag across the full crew manifest had been removed. The field where they had been read 2 words: optimal standard. Below it, the system's supporting rationale in its spare clinical notation: material density, structural integrity, and neural processing capacity of documented tissue samples exceed all baseline parameters. No corrective action indicated. Jax looked at it. Then the sound came that his old vocabulary would have called a laugh. A sound that moved up through the lattice of his ribs and into the air with more harmonics in it than a human rib cage was supposed to generate, the crystals in his sternum and ribs adding overtones that bounced off the medical bay walls and came back changed. He felt it in his own teeth. He felt it travel through the biomech sap in the walls, moving into the ship the way all sound moved through the rust lung now, not just air and metal but the living medium threading through both. Vance was looking at the 2 words on the display with the stillness that meant something had been decided rather than calculated. He looked at them for a long moment, and then he looked at the bent mounting hardware on the table, and then at the rainbows the lattice in Jax's knuckles was still throwing across the ceiling. No corrective action indicated, he said. No, Jax agreed. Vance looked down at his own hands. The network in his skin had deepened again overnight. The channels wider, the light in them richer, reaching now past the shoulders and into the collarbone and the sternum, threading toward the lattice in his ribcage with the patient branching logic of a system that knew its destination and was working its way there. He pressed one palm flat against the surface of the auto-dock terminal and felt the warmth of it. The biomech sap response, the machine recognizing his changed biology and beginning, in its slow and cellular way, to respond in kind. The terminal didn't weep sap, not yet, but under his palm the surface was warmer than it had been, warmer than the heating grid accounted for, running a low-grade fever of something not yet named. He took his hand back and looked at the faint amber residue it left on the display surface. Warm, still warm after the hand was gone. In the cargo hold below the medical bay, the girl breathed her slow, impossible breath, each exhale carrying another increment of what the rust lung was becoming into the biosphere of a ship that had begun to suspect it was something other than a ship. The autodoc logged the crew's status as optimal and did not revise that assessment. The lattice in 4 skeletons pulsed its shared frequency through the walls and the sap and the long humming dark of a vessel outrunning an empire. And somewhere in that pulse, in the distributed neural network now threaded through every long bone aboard, the first faint shape of a thought that was not any single person's thought began to form. Outside, the hegemony was already moving, and the rust lung's bones were already listening. Chapter 6. The Hive Mind Awakening. Vance felt the argument before he heard it. That was the new order of things. Sensation preceding information, the pulse carrying the emotional weather of the ship through the shared biological network before it resolved into anything the rational mind could name. He had been at the navigation terminal for 2 hours, running passive scans on the space ahead of them and finding nothing, which was its own kind of information, when something moved through the pulse that was not a physical sensation. A pressure. 2 pressures, distinct and opposing, both of them coming from the direction of the corridor outside the bridge. The quality of the pressures was unmistakable in the way that, having learned a new instrument, you could not stop hearing it in pieces of music you'd always known. Anger. The specific, compressed anger of 2 people who had been accumulating something unsaid for long enough that the saying of it had become the only available pressure release. He was still parsing the sensation when the voices reached him through the corridor wall. Not the words, just the register, the sharp-edged cadence of a confrontation in progress. He left the terminal and went to the corridor. The pilot and the gunner were in the intersection outside the cargo bay, and they were deep in it. Whatever had started the argument was already several exchanges behind them, the specific grievance buried under the accumulated weight of proximity and fear and the particular stress of a crew living through something their nervous systems hadn't been built to process. Vance knew this pattern. He had captained ships long enough to know that crews under sustained pressure eventually found a target for everything that couldn't find another outlet, and that the target was almost never the actual source of the problem, and that intervening in the middle of the exchange rather than after it was usually the wrong call. He leaned against the corridor wall and watched. The pilot was speaking, something about the navigation corrections, the micro-adjustments that had been running on the automated system for a week now, the heading changes that came from nowhere and pointed at nothing and corrected themselves before they could be traced. It was a real grievance. It was also not the point. The point was everything the navigation corrections represented, that the ship was making decisions, that the systems they operated were no longer entirely under their authority, that whatever they were becoming included the possibility of becoming something that no longer had full sovereignty over the metal around them. The pilot was angry about the navigation corrections the way a drowning person was angry about the specific wave that took them under. The wave was real. It wasn't the problem. The gunner was responding. The argument had the rhythm of something that had been running beneath the surface for days and had finally found an exit. Both of them were talking at volume, both of them tracking the thread of their own position, and Vance watched the pulse move through them, watched the shared frequency that ran through every body aboard, doing what it had been doing for days, pulling the separate signals toward alignment. He could feel it himself, the gentle gravitational drag of the network, the way his own emotional state was not entirely isolated from the states of the people around him, but moved in relationship to them, influenced and influencing, all of it connected through the lattice and the sap and the air that the girl breathed through the whole ship. The argument reached some internal peak, both voices at their highest register, both bodies oriented forward. The confrontation at the moment before it either resolved or broke, and then it stopped. Not because either of them chose to stop, because both of them reached for the same word at the same moment and spoke it together, in the same syllable, with the same intonation, as if they had rehearsed it, or as if the word had come from somewhere outside either of them, and they had simply been the instruments it moved through. One word, spoken in unison, and then the silence that followed it. Not the silence of anger, deflated, but the silence of two people who had just had the same experience simultaneously and were standing in the aftermath of it, looking at each other. They stood there for a moment. Then the pilot's mouth moved, beginning a sentence. The gunner finished it, not approximately, not with the loose, laughing approximation of people who knew each other well enough to guess at endings. With perfect fidelity, the exact word, the exact weight, the exact rhythm the pilot had been about to give it. The pilot had not finished thinking the sentence before the gunner completed it. The sentence had been in the pulse before it reached speech, and the gunner had heard it there and delivered it back. Both of them looked at Vance. Vance had nothing to offer them except the truth, which was that this was the process continuing, and the process was not going to stop, and the anger that had produced the argument was not going to find any relief in the argument, because the argument was the wrong instrument for what was actually happening to them. He met their eyes and said none of this, and let the pulse say it instead, felt the frequency carry something from him to them that was not quite reassurance and not quite permission, but was in the neighborhood of both, a signal that said, I know and I am also in it, and we are all going the same direction whether we intended to or not. He walked past them toward the cargo bay. The girl was awake. She was always awake. Vance had stopped expecting to find her in any state other than this, seated at the center of the cargo bay with her spine straight and her palms up and her dark, depthless eyes open and present, the white luminescence of the opened pod's interior still playing in her skin. the bioluminescent light of the hold pulsing in the slow rhythm that had replaced the sound of the engines as the ship's primary temporal marker. She was watching the corridor, which meant she had been watching the argument through the wall, the way Vance had felt it through the pulse. Not with ears, but with whatever sensory instrument she had been built with. The one that read the biological weather of the ship the way a barometer read atmospheric pressure. Her eyes moved to Vance when he entered. The pulsing in the hold adjusted by a fraction, not noticeably, not dramatically, but the period of the light's rhythm shifted very slightly, the way a heartbeat shifted when something changed in the environment around it. She was breathing in time with the pulse. She had been breathing in time with the pulse since the pod opened, Vance realized. The crew's shared frequency was not something that had developed independently and then matched her rhythm. It had started with her. They were breathing in time with the girl. He stood in the cargo bay and breathed and let the pulse carry him for a moment. The way you let a current carry you when fighting it was using energy you needed for something else. He had been resisting the pulse, not deliberately, not as a policy decision, but in the way that a body resisted anything that reorganized it. The low-grade friction of a system encountering a new operating parameter and not yet entirely reconfigured to accept it. He had been feeling the pulse as something that happened to him. Standing in the cargo bay with the girl's bioluminescence moving across the walls in its slow tide, he stopped resisting and let the pulse be something he was part of instead. The difference was immediate, like the difference between hearing a sound and locating its source, the same acoustic information, but the attention oriented differently, and suddenly the sound had a position in space and a direction and a meaning it hadn't carried before. And then, for the first time, the pulse reached past the hull. He didn't have a word for the sensation when it happened. It was not like hearing, not like seeing, not like any of the 5 instruments his nervous system had been using to process the external world for 41 years. It was more like pressure, the way you felt a large body of water pressing against you from outside before you entered it, the weight of volume without specific shape. Except the volume had shape, it had structure, He held very still and let himself feel it, something that corresponded to minds, not thoughts, not language, not anything that resolved into content he could read, but the specific qualitative presence of consciousness, the way you felt another person in a dark room before you could see them, the undeniable there-ness of something interior encountering something interior. They were out there, at the edge of the pulse's reach, already in range, moving toward the rust lung with the methodical patience of an empire that didn't rush because it had never needed to. The Hegemony fleet. He could feel them. He called for Jax through the pulse, a thing he was still learning to do deliberately rather than accidentally. And Jax was there in the cargo bay doorway inside 30 seconds, because the call had carried urgency, and Jax responded to urgency the way he responded to a pressure alarm, without ceremony. "Feel the edge," Vance said. Jax was still. For a long moment neither of them spoke. Then Jax's eyes changed in the subtle way they changed now when he was receiving rather than processing. The slight unfocus of a man whose attention had moved from the room to the pulse. "There they are," Jax said. They were there, and having found them, Vance could not stop reading what he found. It was not the volume of them that struck him. There were many, the fleet substantial, the minds of its crew arrayed in the dark like a scatter of cold lights, each one distinct and separate, each one encapsulated in its own skull and its own experience, walled off from all the others by the ordinary fact of being a single organism with a single nervous system pointed at a single field of vision. He had been that. He could remember it with the precision of recent memory, the experience of receiving all his information through one set of instruments and processing it alone and living entirely within the perimeter of one skull. The memory had the texture of a confinement. From outside it, he could now feel what it sounded like. Loud, chaotic, each mind generating its fear and its purpose and its sense of mission in isolation, the signals bouncing off the interior walls of a skull that had no connection to the skulls around it, the loneliness of a nervous system receiving no confirmation that its experience was shared. The Hegemony pilots flew their ships in formation, followed protocols, received orders from a command structure. They were coordinated. Coordination was not the same thing as connection. Coordination was mechanical. What the pulse carried was something else, and the difference between the two was the difference between a clock synchronized to a signal and a heart that had always beaten in the same chest as the heart beside it. Jax exhaled slowly through his teeth. "They're so loud," he said. "Each one of them just alone in there. All that noise and none of it going anywhere." It was the correct diagnosis. Vance felt it too. Not pity in the soft sense, not sympathy for suffering, but the specific discomfort of someone who has recovered from a condition looking back at the condition. The isolation of those minds was not tragic to them. They had no experience of anything else, no frame for what they were missing. They would not know to grieve the walls of their own skulls. But from here, from the pulse, from the warm, networked living thing that the rust lung had become around its crew and its cargo, the silence between those minds rang like damage. In the cargo hold, the girl breathed her slow breath, and her eyes pulsed with the rhythm of the pulse. And the pulse reached past the hull of the rust lung and felt the approaching fleet with its cold, separate minds, and did not flinch. The fleet was 2 days out. Vance stood in the cargo bay with the girl's luminescence moving in slow waves across the walls and floors, and he held the sensation of those isolated minds at the edge of the pulse's reach, and he felt something that had no precise name in his old vocabulary. Not fear of what was coming, not anticipation of the confrontation, something quieter and stranger than either. A sorrow, brief and clean, for beings who would arrive with their weapons primed and their tactical arrays fully operational, and their command structure intact, and their sense of absolute institutional certainty running through every level of their coordinated, synchronized, fundamentally alone engagement. And who would meet something they had no instrument to measure? They would try to quarantine it. The hegemony always tried to quarantine what it couldn't classify. It would not occur to them that the thing they were trying to contain was already breathing through the pulse at this distance, already reading the interior weather of their ships, already noting with the patient attention of a system that was learning what everything was for, that those cold lights out in the dark were not threats. They were raw material. Vance did not follow the thought further. He filed it in the part of him that was still the captain of a salvage ship, the part that had not yet been replaced with something that had access to a different framework, and he noted its presence and its implications, and he let it rest where he'd put it, carefully, in the way you set down a tool you were not ready to use yet. In 2 days, the fleet would arrive. The rust lung would be something different by then than it was now. The transformation was not waiting for the fleet's arrival. It was not accelerating toward a confrontation. It was simply continuing at the rate it had always continued, the same patient cellular process that had been running since the pod opened, and that would keep running until it reached whatever the blueprint specified. Whatever arrived on the other side of those 2 days would arrive as a complete thing. And what began when the fleet closed range would not look like anything the Hegemony's tactical models had a word for. The Hegemony's models were built around the assumption that the thing you were fighting occupied a fixed position in space and wanted to remain what it was. Those were reasonable assumptions for every war the Hegemony had ever fought. The girl breathed. The hold pulsed. The fleet approached in its cold and certain solitude, and the rust lung felt every step of it, and somewhere at the edge of what was still Captain Vance, and the beginning of what he was becoming, the raw material thought sat in its careful place and waited for its moment. Chapter 7. Ship of Flesh and Steel. The engineering deck wept first. Jax was the one who found it, not because he was looking, but because he was never not looking. his attention running a continuous background audit of every surface and system he passed through in his daily work aboard the Rust Lung. He had been tracing a fault in the secondary thermal relay, working his way along the junction conduit with a diagnostic tool in one hand and a lamp in the other, when the lamp's beam caught something on the port bulkhead that the bulkhead was not supposed to have. A seam, not a structural seam, not a weld line or a pressure joint, a seam in the surface of the iron itself, organic and irregular, the kind of line that appeared in materials that were under internal stress from something expanding inside them. And from the seam, very slowly, the biomech sap. He had seen it before in small quantities, the amber residue on the bridge comm panel after Vance touched it, the faint thermal trace on the autodock terminal, the suggestion of warmth in surfaces that had been in sustained contact with the changed crew. This was not a residue. This was not a suggestion. The sap was welling from the seam with the slow, deliberate pressure of something with a source behind it, amber-colored and warm-looking even from a meter away, tracing the line of the seam in a thin, continuous bead before pooling in the low point of the conduit's curve and collecting there in a small, still reservoir that caught the lamp's light and gave it back amber. He crouched beside it and held the back of his hand close without touching. The warmth reached him clearly, not the warmth of an overheating system, not the warmth of friction or electromagnetic discharge, but the warmth of metabolism, the warmth of something alive doing the slow chemical work that alive things did. The bulkhead was running a fever. The bulkhead was sweating. He pressed 2 fingers into the pool. The sap was viscous, thicker than water, thinner than the hydraulic fluid it superficially resembled, with a surface tension that resisted his fingers for a moment before accepting them. It was warm at exactly the temperature of the crew's skin. He felt the contact land in the pulse, a small signal, distinct, the ship acknowledging touch the way a body acknowledged touch, with a local response that registered in the shared network before it registered in his conscious mind. He pulled his fingers back and watched the sap close over the gap they left with the unhurried completeness of a living surface resealing itself. He sat back on his heels in the engineering corridor and looked at the weeping bulkhead for a long moment. Then he went to find the other seams. There were 11 on the engineering deck by the time he finished his survey. Some were weeping, some were merely damp, some were dry but present. The iron stressed in that same organic pattern, the metal under pressure from something in the structure it hadn't been designed to contain. He photographed each one with the diagnostic tool's imaging function, and noted their positions and mapped them against the ship's structural schematic. The pattern that emerged when he laid the seam positions over the schematic was not random. The seams were following the ship's cable runs, the main trunk lines that carried power from the reactor through the Rust Lung's distribution network, the same runs that had been vibrating at the pulse frequency for a week, the same runs that the biomech sap was apparently using as a growth medium, threading itself through the existing infrastructure of the ship, the way a plant threaded itself through a trellis. He had to sit down on a cable housing to think about that for a moment. He did not sit down often. He sat now because the conclusion that followed from the seam positions and the schematic overlay was a conclusion he wanted to approach carefully, with both feet planted. The copper wiring was not dissolving. It was not being displaced or degraded or consumed. It was being supplemented. Each cable run, when Jax examined the conduit sections adjacent to the weeping seams, showed the same pattern at the microscale. The original copper strand intact, surrounded by a secondary structure, tissue, warm and faintly luminescent, with the same bioluminescent blue-gold of the crew's own vascular changes, grown up around the copper in a tight helix that wasn't parasitic and wasn't foreign. It was the ship. The ship was growing veins around its own wiring, integrating the electrical infrastructure into a biological circulatory system that would carry what the copper carried and everything the copper couldn't. The copper would transmit electricity. The tissue around it would transmit the pulse, and whatever the pulse was becoming, and whatever the ship was going to need to send through its own nervous system when what was coming arrived. Jax sat on the cable housing and worked through the engineering implications of this, and found them, systematically, to be extraordinary. A standard frigate's electrical distribution network was designed for one-directional signal flow, reactor to system, power to function, input to output. The tissue supplementation was building something bidirectional, a circulatory system rather than a circuit, a network that could carry signal from any node to any other node without passing through a central processing hub, distributed in the same way the marrow crystals in the crew's skeletons were distributed, the same way the pulse itself was distributed. The rust lung was not growing a second brain. It was growing a second nervous system to match the one its crew had become. He brought Vance to the engineering deck and showed him the survey, walking him through the 11 seams and the conduit cross-sections and the schematic overlay, the way he would have walked a captain through a maintenance report. Vance listened and looked and said nothing until Jax had finished, and then was quiet for another moment before he spoke. "The whole ship," Vance said. "The whole ship," Jax confirmed. "At current progression, the main trunk lines are fully supplemented within 6 to 8 days. After that, it extends to the secondary runs. After that," he gestured at the bulkhead, at the sap still welling from its seam with unhurried patience. "After that, the iron itself starts to change. Not just the surface, the alloy." Vance pressed his palm flat against the bulkhead, next to the weeping seam. The sap moved toward his hand, slowly, barely perceptibly, but the direction of the flow changed by a fraction at the contact, the liquid orienting toward the heat and the biological signal of his changed skin. His palm met the metal, and the metal was warm, and the sap gathered at the junction, and he stood there for a moment with his hand against the hull of his ship, and felt the pulse move between them. Ship to body, body to ship. The same frequency in both directions. "She isn't our cargo anymore," he said. "She is the heart, and we are just the antibodies keeping her safe." Jax looked at the seam, at the amber pool, at the warmth the lamp caught in the sap's surface. "When did you know?" "I think I knew in the cargo hold when she first breathed." Vance took his hand from the bulkhead. The sap had reached the outline of his palm and stopped there, holding the shape for a moment before settling back. "I think I was calling it something else until now." They went up through the ship together. The changes Jax had found on the engineering deck were present on every level, in varying stages of advancement. The cargo hold, where the girl had been breathing the longest, was furthest along. The bulkheads there were damp to the touch along every seam, the sap present as a thin wash over broad sections of the surface rather than isolated beads at specific points, and the copper wiring in the overhead trunking was visible through a section where the conduit housing had begun to soften and was becoming translucent. Through the translucence, the vein-wrapped wiring was visible in cross-section, copper at the center, tissue in the helix, and from the tissue, this was new. This was a stage past what the engineering deck had shown. Tiny capillary structures, hair-fine, branching away from the main vein into the surrounding bulkhead material. The ship's circulatory system reaching into the muscle of its hull. The crew quarters were next, and the common spaces after that. The mess hall had a quality of warmth that wasn't mechanical, not the warmth of the heating grid, but an ambient warmth, even and sourceless, the warmth of a space that was generating its own heat from within. The overhead lights had completed their shift to bioluminescent blue in here, no longer occasionally reverting to their original white frequency, but settled permanently into the new one, breathing their slow pulse in perfect synchronization with the pulse that ran through the crew and the sap and the ship's growing second circulation. On the bridge, they found the pilot. He was standing at the navigation console with both hands on the control surface, staring at the interface panel, and the flight sticks were on the floor. He had removed them. Not with tools, with his hands, the way you removed something that had become unnecessary. The mounting hardware was deformed in the same way the AUDIOBOOK mounting hardware had been deformed when Jax pulled the diagnostic leads. The metal bent back neatly at the point of the pull. The sticks themselves undamaged but entirely separate from the console they had governed. They lay on the deck beside the pilot's feet, and the pilot was paying them no attention at all. The console surface where the pilot's hands rested had changed. It had changed recently, hours ago at most, the SAP surface still fresh, still warm enough to be visible on the thermal scanner as a distinct heat signature. At the point where the navigation interface met the main console housing, a neural node had emerged. That was the only word that fit the shape of it. A soft, rounded protrusion, the size of a closed fist, pale and faintly translucent, grown up from the SAP surface with the organic inevitability of something that had been developing beneath the surface for days and had finally reached its visible stage. The pilot's bare hands were pressed into it, not against it, into it, the tissue of the node having accepted the contact and closed around the pilot's palms to a depth of perhaps a centimeter, the junction seamless and warm and clearly communicative in both directions. The pilot's eyes moving with the slight irregularity of a person receiving more information than their face could track. Vance and Jax stood in the bridge doorway and watched. The Rustlung's navigation display was showing data that the manual flight sticks had never been able to generate. Not the standard course and heading interface, not the sensor returns and thruster outputs and attitude indicators that normal operation required. Something else, something richer, a continuous real-time rendering of the space around the ship that incorporated the pulse frequencies reach beyond the hull. The ship's new biological sensors reading the void in terms that the original electromagnetic arrays had no vocabulary for. Thermal gradient, gravitational microtexture, the precise locations of the approaching fleet's vessels in terms not of radar reflection, but of the specific quality of the minds aboard them. Each ship identified not by transponder code, but by the character of its crew's isolated consciousness. The pilot's hands moved inside the node by a fraction. The ship's heading adjusted by 2 degrees. The adjustment was smooth in a way that the manual sticks had never achieved. Not a correction, but a continuous flow. The navigation and ongoing conversation between the pilot's nervous system and the ship's, the flight stick's mechanical intermediary made redundant by a connection that operated at the speed of biological signal, rather than the speed of a hand moving a lever. Jax watched the display for a long moment. The expression on his face was the one he had been wearing since the AUDIOBOOK logged optimal standard. The awe without surprise, the look of a man watching a system run at the load it had always been rated for. "Flawless," he said quietly. Not to Vance, to the observation itself. The fleet was 40 hours out. The Rustlung could feel them, and the Rustlung could feel itself. The sap in its walls, the lattice in its crew, the neural node on the bridge console still growing at the edges, still extending the reach of its capillary network into the surrounding infrastructure, still building the ship it was going to need to be when those 40 hours were gone. Vance stood in the doorway of his bridge and looked at the pilot interfaced with the console and the flight sticks on the floor, and the bioluminescent display rendering space in terms no hegemony sensor had ever articulated, and he felt the pulse running through all of it, crew and ship and girl and the slow, warm, living dark of the Rustlung's corridors, as a single, continuous system that had not yet finished arriving at what it was. He thought about the word frigate. He thought about the word ship. He thought about the word vessel, which contained the other word, the one that was already more accurate. He thought about the name Rustlung, which he had not chosen, which had come with the purchase papers when they'd bought the decommission rights from the Hegemony's liquidation registry 4 years ago. A name the Hegemony had assigned, the way the Hegemony assigned everything, from utility. This ship carries air, it breathes iron, it rusts. A dead thing moving through space, running on dead fuel, carrying live cargo between dead star depots. He thought about what the Hegemony had been describing when it chose that name and how thoroughly it had been wrong. Not wrong about what the ship had been, wrong about what the ship had always been capable of becoming, given the right catalyst and the right crew and 60 years of patience in a dead zone derelict waiting for someone desperate enough to open the pod. He thought, the rust lung is already the wrong name. He did not yet have the right one. The fleet was 40 hours out. The rust lung could feel them, and the rust lung could feel itself. The sap in its walls, the lattice in its crew, the neural node on the bridge console still growing at the edges, still extending the reach of its capillary network into the surrounding infrastructure, still building the ship it was going to need to be when those 40 hours were gone. In the cargo hold below them, the girl who was not their cargo exhaled her latest impossible breath into the ship's biosphere, and the ship received it, and was changed by it, and continued, always continued, becoming. The Hegemony was sending its fleet to recover an asset. The asset was building the thing that would receive them. Chapter 8. The Hegemony's Ultimatum. The fleet arrived at 0400 and did not announce itself. There was no hail, no standard approach protocol, no transponder ping requesting acknowledgement, just the sudden presence of 17 vessels dropping out of fold space in a coordinated arc that placed the rust lung at the center of a half-sphere of hegemony tonnage, the fold entry signatures blooming on the ship's new biological sensors as something between a sound and a smell, a sharp chemical purity that cut through the warm, organic atmosphere of the rust lung's bridge like cold air through an open door. The pulse registered the fleet's arrival before any instrument did. A pressure change, the sudden weight of 17 ships' worth of isolated mines pressing against the pulse's reach from all directions, the cold light scatter of the Hegemony's crew arrayed in a net designed to leave nothing outside it. The formation was textbook. Vance had seen Hegemony intercept formations in training documentation and in the field reports that circulated through the salvage licensing network after incidents, and this was the high-priority variant. The half-sphere with overlapping fields of fire, every vessel's weapons arc covering the gaps in its neighbors, the mathematical precision of a formation optimized by centuries of refinement against every variable the Hegemony's tactical doctrine had ever encountered. Against a standard frigate it was profound overkill. 17 vessels for one decommissioned salvage ship was not a tactical decision. It was a statement. The statement said, "We know what is aboard you, and we have decided that what is aboard you warrants this." Vance read the statement and felt through the pulse what it cost the Hegemony to make it. The resource calculation, the political weight of pulling 17 warships from their patrol assignments, the signal it sent to every other operator in the salvage network about what the Hegemony was willing to deploy for a single recovery operation. The Hegemony had looked at what was on the rust lung and concluded that 17 warships was the proportionate response. It had not occurred to them that the proportionate response might not be a category that applied. Vance was already on the bridge. He had not slept. Sleep had been becoming increasingly optional as the pulse's bandwidth expanded. The ship's distributed sensory network supplying a quality of environmental awareness that didn't require the periodic reset of consciousness that a body running on a single nervous system needed. He stood at the forward viewport and watched the fleet resolve from fold signatures into visible shapes. The running lights of warships, cold white and blue, the geometric perfection of Hegemony military formation, every vessel exactly where the tactical model said it should be, the half-sphere complete and tight and mathematically immaculate. Jax came in from the corridor. He looked at the fleet through the viewport without particular alarm. 17, he said. 17, Vance confirmed. Neither of them said anything further about the number. The pulse said what needed saying. The fleet's mass and configuration and the quality of the intent running through its crews, the cold, purposeful isolation of minds that had been given a task and were equipped to perform it and had no framework for the possibility that the task was not completable. Vance could feel the Admiral from here, could feel the particular character of an institutional mind, certain in the way that only a person who had never had their certainty structurally tested could be certain, armored in authority and firepower, and the deep, unexamined confidence of an empire that had never lost. The hail came 12 minutes after the fold entry. It came as a holographic projection rather than audio, the Hegemony's standard intimidation protocol for high-priority intercepts. The projection filling the bridge's forward space with a full-scale rendering of an admiral in dress uniform, gold braid and campaign insignia, and the double helix seal of the executive arm on his collar. Everything about the projection calibrated to communicate institutional weight before a single word was spoken. The admiral was a compact man with a precisely maintained bearing, the kind of posture that came from decades of performing authority until it became structural. The projection distorted, not catastrophically, not the full breakdown of signal that the neutral zone dreadnought had experienced when the biological frequency rotted its targeting arrays, but a persistent rolling distortion, like interference on a digital signal from an analog source. The hologram cycling through waves of static and resolution that gave the admiral's image an uncomfortable quality of instability, of a signal struggling to maintain itself in an environment that was not built for it. The bridge's organic sensors were reading the holographic light as data and finding it insufficient. Too flat, too cold, too entirely absent of the biological information that the rust lung's new perceptual apparatus had come to expect from anything that occupied physical space. Dead light, trying to pass for presence in a room that could tell the difference. The admiral did not acknowledge the distortion. He had probably been briefed that communications with the rust lung would be technically compromised. He had probably been briefed on a great many things that were technically accurate and contextually useless. He delivered the ultimatum in the clipped, precise register of someone reading from a prepared statement and choosing not to pretend otherwise. Surrender of the asset designated in Retrieval Mandate 774, intact and uncompromised, immediate and unconditional. The Hegemony acknowledged the crew's earlier refusal at the neutral zone and classified it as a moment of duress-impaired judgment, an error the Hegemony was prepared to overlook in the interest of a clean resolution. Full contracted compensation remained available. Every term of the original mandate held. The admiral listed the terms again in full, because this was doctrine. You gave the subject complete information before you removed the choice. 10,000 stars. The full cluster survey. Habitable worlds, transit rights, mineral claims, the entire apparatus of legitimate Hegemony territorial ownership. The admiral delivered this recitation with the flat efficiency of a man who had spoken the value of enormous things so many times that the enormity no longer reached him, the numbers having been processed by an economy for so long that they'd been reduced to logistics rather than meaning. He said 10,000 stars the way a clerk said an invoice total. Vance listened from the viewport and felt through the pulse what the fleet felt when those words were transmitted. The crews of 17 ships believing implicitly in the magnitude of what was being offered, believing in it the way you believed in the ground under your feet, because the ground had always been there, and the Hegemony's economy had always been the ground. He felt their faith in the numbers, and felt the numbers reach the rust lung's air and dissolve. The pulse carried no weight for them anymore. Dead stars, dead claims, dead digits in a dead accounting system, and somewhere in the rust lung's walls, the warm sap ran through its veins, and the marrow crystals processed, and the girl breathed, and the economy of the Hegemony had nothing at all to say about any of it. If the asset was not transferred within 6 hours, the admiral said, the fleet was authorized to achieve the objective by any means necessary. He paused on the word any with the particular emphasis of someone who had been instructed to leave no ambiguity about what any meant. Atomic annihilation, the complete vaporization of the rust lung and everything aboard it, on the grounds that a destroyed asset was preferable to an uncontained one. The admiral did not use those words. He used the words total force and authorized yield parameters and asset denial protocol. The meaning was the same. He finished his statement, and the projection held in the forward space of the bridge rolling through its distortion cycles, waiting for a response. Vance did not move toward the comm panel. He stood at the viewport and looked at the fleet through the physical port, the actual ships, not the sensor rendering, the visible running lights of 17 hegemony vessels in their perfect arc, and breathed and felt the pulse carry his breath through the rust-lungs biosphere and return with the breath of every living thing aboard, crew, girl, ship. One system, one rhythm, the same frequency it had been building toward since the pod first opened, and the girl breathed her first impossible breath into the recycled air and began remaking everything the air touched. The Admiral's offer sat in the bridge's bioluminescent air and was not considered. It was not that Vance weighed it and found it insufficient. It was that the pulse had no mechanism for the calculation. The pulse did not run on economic logic. It did not have a variable for compensation or yield or return on asset. It had warmth and frequency and the shared biological certainty of a system that had crossed a threshold 10 days ago and could not go back through it any more than a growing thing could ungrow. The offer was in a language the rust lung no longer spoke, and the ship had no obligation to translate. He felt the crew arrive at the same moment he did. Not in the corridor, not physically, in the pulse. The shared network carrying the convergence of attention and intent from every part of the ship simultaneously. The distributed consciousness of the rust lungs biology aligning around a single response the way the marrow crystals aligned around a single frequency. No discussion, no deliberation. The pulse held the question, and the answer came back through it with the unanimity of a system that had one set of values running through all of it. He opened the comm channel. When he spoke, the crew spoke with him, not a chorus, not an echo, but a true simultaneity. The same words at the same pitch at the same moment from every biological node in the ship's network. The layered resonance of it carrying through the comm array and out into the space between the rust lung and the fleet with a quality that no hegemony signal processing system had a filter for. You offer us dead stars. Keep them. We are building a living universe. The words hit the Admiral's channel and arrived not as audio, but as something the receiving systems on the Hegemony flagship couldn't fully parse. A transmission that carried more information than the codec was designed to handle, warm and layered and alive in a way that digital compression could only partially represent and could not sanitize. On the flagship, in the comm systems and the AI processing units, and the tactical computers that were all feeding their data to the Admiral's command console, something happened that the diagnostic logs would later record as an unexplained processing anomaly. A brief interruption in 17 separate systems simultaneously, lasting 1.3 seconds, during which all of them stopped receiving the data they were designed to process and received instead something they had no designation for. The Admiral's hologram flickered hard. For half a second the projection resolved, the distortion gone, the image sharp and present, and for that half second clearly alive. The Admiral's eyes with something in them that had not been there at the start of the transmission. Not fear, not quite. The specific structural shock of a man whose certainty has encountered a surface it cannot penetrate and is discovering for the first time that the surface exists. Then the hologram distorted again, and the Admiral's image steadied back into its official bearing, and the expression was gone, replaced by the trained composure of an institutional man receiving unexpected information and not permitting it to show. He closed the channel. Jax was at the tactical display, running the biological sensor readout of the fleet's response. His fingers moved over the sap-warm surface of the panel with the ease of full integration, the interface reading his intent as much as his touch, the ship's nervous system and his own in continuous conversation. "They're not moving into attack formation," he said. "Not yet. They're recalibrating something. The sensor returned from our comm transmission threw flags across their whole array. They're running diagnostics." "How long?" "Oh, at standard hegemony diagnostic protocol?" Jax considered. 2 hours minimum before they can certify their systems are operating within parameters and authorize a strike. They won't fire on the asset with uncertain sensor data. That's doctrine. 2 hours. The rust lung had been building itself for 10 days. 2 more hours was not nothing. Vance stood at the viewport and looked at the 17 cold lights of the fleet and felt the pulse running through the ship at his back, warm and certain and biological in every vein and wire of it. The living thing the rust lung had become breathing in its slow rhythm. The girl at its heart doing the quiet, inexorable work of a catalyst that had never needed to hurry, because the outcome had never been in question. He thought about the Admiral's eyes in that half-second of unguarded clarity, the moment before the institutional composure resealed. He had been looking for fear, and what he'd found was something more specific and more interesting. The particular expression of a man encountering the edge of his own map. Not the dragon territories beyond the edge, not the unknown itself, just the edge. The sudden, vertiginous awareness that the map had an edge at all, which a man who had spent his whole career at the map's center could go his entire life without confronting. The Admiral had looked at the rust lung's transmission and felt the ground move under an assumption he had not known he was standing on. He would recover. Institutional men always recovered. The composure would return, and the doctrine would assert itself, and the 6-hour countdown would run to 0, and the fleet would do what fleets were built to do. But the edge of the map was still there, and the Admiral knew it now, and could not unknow it, and in 2 hours, when the strike order came, it would be issued by a man who had seen the edge, and was choosing, with full awareness, to fire anyway into territory he could no longer fully certify was empty. That was not the same as certainty. That was a different thing entirely. The Admiral would certify his systems. He would issue the strike order. He would do this with the full authority of the Hegemony's doctrine, which had never failed because it had never been applied to anything that grew faster than the doctrine could account for. In the cargo hold, the girl breathed. In the walls, the sap ran warm and new through the veins of a ship that had been a rusted frigate 10 days ago and was something else now entirely. Something that had no hegemony designation and therefore, by the hegemony's taxonomy, did not technically exist. The fleet waited in its cold precision for its diagnostics to complete. The rust lung waited in its warm certainty for what it was becoming to finish arriving. One of these things was running out of time. The hegemony, with 17 warships and authorized yield parameters and 6 hours on the clock, would have been confident it knew which one. Chapter 9. The Cathedral blooms. The hull began to shed at 0700. Not in the way that hull plating shed under weapons fire, not the violent sequential failure of material under stress, not the explosive decompression of a breached section, not any mode of structural loss that the rust lung's damage control systems had been designed to recognize and respond to. The exterior armor simply let go, panel by panel, in a slow, expanding wave that started at the bow and moved toward the stern. The iron plating released its fasteners and its welds and its decades of cold-fused contact with the frame beneath, and fell away into the vacuum in spinning fragments that caught the distant starlight and tumbled, and were gone. Jax watched it on the external sensor feed and did not move to sound the hull breach alarm. The hull breach alarm required a breach. What the feed was showing him was not a breach. It was a reveal, the outer layer of a thing peeling back to expose what it had been covering, the way bark peeled from a tree that was no longer the species that had grown bark. The frame beneath the fallen plating was not iron. It had been iron. The structural schematic of a decommissioned hegemony mining frigate still existed somewhere in the rust lung's original documentation, and the schematic showed iron at every point of the exterior frame. Iron ribs, iron longerons, iron skin panels, everything iron. The cheap and durable and entirely dead material of a ship built for utility rather than longevity. Whatever the schematic showed, the frame that was becoming visible as the plating shed was not that. It was something that had been growing underneath the iron for the past 10 days, using the iron as a scaffold the way a chrysalis used its casing, the new structure forming inside the old one in the patient dark, cell by cell, the biomech sap threading through every junction, and the biological processes running their quiet construction through every meter of hull, until the old structure was no longer the structure and could be released. The new hull was iridescent. Even on the sensor feed's limited resolution, it was visible, a quality of the surface that was not reflectivity and not luminescence, but something that contained both and exceeded both. The carapace's material interacting with incident light in a way that produced color where the iron had produced none. It shifted through the visible spectrum in slow waves as the panels finished their emergence, the colors cycling through sequences that corresponded to no mineral or alloy in any materials database the rust lung carried, because the material was not mineral and not alloy. It was biological. It was the densest, most structured biological compound the girl's blueprint had specified, grown from the iron's own molecules outward, the iron not replaced, but incorporated, its atoms rearranged at the lattice level into something that retained iron's strength and shed everything that made iron dead. The last of the old plating fell away from the stern, and the new hull was complete, and the cathedral was visible in full for the first time, hanging in the void between the fleet's 17 warships, iridescent and alive, and breathing the resonance field outward from its carapace surface in slow, warm waves that the Hegemony's targeting systems were reading as noise, and the pulse recognized as a voice. Vance was watching the external feed from the bridge. He had been watching it since the first panel fell, 4 minutes ago, standing at the sensor display, with both hands on the sap-warm surface of the console, and his eyes on the image of his ship from the outside. His ship. He had been thinking of it as his ship for 4 years. He was going to need a different word. "The fleet is seeing this," Jack said from the tactical station. "Yes. Their sensor arrays are going to be returning data they don't have a classification for." "Yes." Jax was quiet for a moment, watching his own display. "The carapace surface is generating a field. Biological resonance, same base frequency as the pulse, but broader, wider radius. It's extending about 400 meters from the hull, and it's..." He stopped, ran the numbers again. "It's interfering with their targeting solutions from this range, passively, without doing anything." Vance felt the field through the pulse before the numbers confirmed it. A new register in the ship's output, a layer that hadn't been present before the carapace emerged. The ship broadcasting its own biology into the surrounding space the way a body radiated warmth, not directed and not weaponized, simply present and enormous, and completely unlike the electromagnetic signature the fleet's targeting systems had been calibrated to engage. The fleet was looking at something that did not appear on the decision tree their AI-guided weapons systems had been designed to navigate. They were running their solutions and finding the solutions incomplete, and the 6-hour countdown that the Admiral had issued was running against a target that had changed shape since the countdown began. Then the girl came to the bridge. She walked from the cargo hold through the ship's corridors, and Vance felt her moving before he heard her, felt the pulse shift as she moved through it, the shared frequency reorganizing itself around her passage the way water organized itself around a stone dropped into still depth, everything adjusting by tiny increments to accommodate her proximity. The sap in the corridor walls brightened as she passed, the bioluminescence in every surface she moved through responding to her proximity with a warmth and intensity it didn't maintain when she was absent. The marrow crystals in Vance's skeleton registered her approach as a harmonic change in the pulse's base frequency, not louder but richer, the way a chord became richer when the fundamental note was added to it. She had not left the cargo hold since the pod opened. In 10 days, she had not walked the ship's corridors or entered any other space. She had sat at the center of the hold and breathed, and let the breathing do the work she had apparently come here to do, and now the work had reached a stage that required her elsewhere. The cathedral had been built to the point where it needed its center, and so she came. She appeared in the bridge doorway. She was barefoot. She was wearing the same pale garment she had been wearing in the pod, unchanged, which Vance had stopped finding remarkable 3 days into the transformation process that had rendered every other constant aboard the rust lung entirely variable. Her dark eyes moved through the bridge in a single calm sweep. The sensor displays, the sap-warm console surfaces, the bioluminescent pulse of the overhead lights, Vance standing at his station and Jax at his, and she walked to the center of the bridge deck and crouched down and placed both palms flat against the floor. The ship received the contact the way it had been waiting to receive it. There was no dramatic sound, no visible explosion of change, just the feeling through the pulse of a circuit completing, of a connection being established at full bandwidth for the first time after days of the signal being routed through intermediaries. The girl's hands on the bridge deck and the bridge deck's biology, conducting her presence outward through the sap and the veins and the crystalline network of the ship's new nervous system, reaching every node in the rust lung's body simultaneously, arriving in Vance's marrow and Jax's and the walls and the hull and the carapace that was still completing its emergence in the vacuum outside, all of it receiving the same signal at the same instant, that she was here, that the source was present at the center, that the distributed system had its heart. The hull bloomed, across the iridescent carapace's surface, in a wave that moved from the bridge outward in both directions toward bow and stern. Fractal biological patterns emerged. Not drawn, grown in real time, the carapace material producing structure at its surface in the same way the marrow crystals had produced structure in the crew's bones, with the unhurried inevitability of a biological process following a complete blueprint. The patterns were intricate beyond the capacity of the sensor feed to fully resolve, branching and recursive, each element containing the structure of the whole at a smaller scale, the geometry of living systems that had found the most efficient shape and replicated it at every level from the hull's full length down to the limits of the feed's resolution. The ship that had been the rust lung, the decommissioned Hegemony mining frigate with the failing thrust coupling and the debt balance and the name assigned by an empire's liquidation registry, ceased to exist in any meaningful sense as what it had been. The Cathedral was present. Vance felt it through the pulse as a qualitative change in the character of the signal. Not stronger, not louder, but different in kind. The way a voice changed when someone stopped whispering and simply spoke. The distributed system that had been building itself in increments for 10 days was complete. Not finished, it would keep growing. It was built to keep growing. That was what it was. But present in full for the first time, the girl at the center and the crew in its biology, and the ship around all of them running at a bandwidth the 10 days of transformation had been building toward. Jax was watching his displays with both hands flat on the console surface, receiving the new sensor data through the neural interface with an expression of pure mechanical rapture. "The engines," he said. Vance had already felt it. The plasma drives, the 3 surviving engine cells that had been pushing the rust lung through the dead zone on insufficient fuel for the better part of a year, had gone quiet. Not failed, not shut down. Stopped, in the clean and deliberate way that a machine stopped when it had been superseded by something better. The drives were silent and the Cathedral was moving. Not through thrust, through something the pulse described in terms that Vance's engineering vocabulary didn't have a direct word for. A folding, a compression of the space in front of the ship and an expansion of the space behind it, achieved not through the plasma drive's explosive exertion of force, but through a biological resonance field the carapace was generating, the same base frequency as the pulse but applied outward, into the fabric of local space, bending it the way the girl's proximity bent every physical system it encountered. The drive signatures that the Hegemony fleet's sensors would be recording right now were nothing they had seen before. Not plasma, not ion, not any of the fold technologies the Hegemony licensed and taxed and monitored throughout its territories. The Cathedral's drive signature was biological. A frequency, warm and alive and spreading from the carapace surface like the resonance from a bell that had been rung inside the universe's substrate rather than in its air. The fleet's drive signature databases would return no match. Their navigation systems would detect movement without a mechanism. Their targeting solutions, already compromised by the carapace's passive field, would attempt to compensate for a drive vector that their physics models said was not a drive vector, and the compensations would fail, and the targeting solutions would degrade further, and the Admiral would be looking at data from 17 arrays that agreed on one thing. The Cathedral was moving, and they did not know how. The Cathedral was folding space the way the girl folded physics, not by violating the rules, but by operating from a level at which the rules were a subset of a larger grammar. Outside, the 17 ships of the Hegemony fleet were in full sensor alert. Vance felt their cruise through the pulse, felt the cold scatter of their minds flaring with the specific quality of attention that fear produced in isolated nervous systems, each one suddenly active in a way that their calm, purposeful approach had not been, each skull-contained mind generating its alarm signals and routing them through the chain of command that connected them to the Admiral's orders. The whole coordinated structure of the fleet operating exactly as designed and arriving at the same conclusion from 17 different data inputs, that the target had changed in a way that the targeting solutions did not cover, that the yield calculations that had seemed straightforward 6 hours ago were now calculations for a weapon aimed at something the weapon had not been rated against. The Admiral would be recalibrating. He would be requesting updated targeting data, and finding the data was inconsistent across all 17 arrays. He would be looking at a ship that was no longer a ship by any definition his doctrine recognized, sitting in a resonance field that his weapon systems were reading as interference, and his scientists were probably reading as impossible. He would issue the order anyway. The Hegemony always issued the order. "Let them come," Jax said. He was not looking at any display. He was looking at the viewport, at the space outside the bridge, at the fractal patterns the carapace was growing along the hull in their slow, recursive bloom. His voice had the quality it had when a system had revealed its full capability, and the capability was exactly what he'd suspected but larger. "My marrow is humming, and we've got enough teeth to chew through their whole fleet." Vance looked at the girl, still crouched on the bridge deck with her palms flat against the floor, her dark eyes open and present, the pulse running through her hands into the Cathedral's body and back again in the continuous loop of a system that was no longer separable into parts. She had not spoken in 10 days. She did not speak now. She did not need to. The Cathedral spoke through everything she breathed into it, and what it was saying to the fleet outside, in the language of iridescent carapace and biological resonance fields and fold drives that ran on something older than plasma, was a thing the Admiral's doctrine had no translation for. The 6-hour window had 3 hours remaining. The fractal patterns on the hull reached the bow and the stern simultaneously, and the Cathedral was fully bloomed, fully present, fully itself for the first time. And the fleet outside was already moving into attack formation. And in the space between the 17 cold ships and the one warm, impossible living thing at their center, the void waited with its patient, ancient indifference for what was going to happen next. Vance placed his hand on the console beside the girl's handprints and felt the Cathedral feel him do it and respond. The pulse carrying the confirmation back through his marrow and his lattice, and his changed blood with the warm certainty of a system that knew its own components. They were ready. The fleet did not know what it was attacking. That was the last advantage the Hegemony was going to have. Chapter 10, Iron versus Organic. The first torpedoes arrived at 0900, and the Cathedral ate them whole. Not immediately. Not in the theatrical, instantaneous way that the Hegemony's tactical doctrine reserved for descriptions of superior shielding, where a weapon struck a surface and the surface held and the weapon was simply gone. What happened was slower than that and more total, and it began the moment the thermal plasma torpedoes closed range and their warheads made contact with the carapace's outer surface, and it was still happening 4 minutes later when the last of the first salvo's energy had been fully processed and the Cathedral's hull was doing what the Hegemony's weapons engineers had never modeled, because they had never had a reason to model it. They had modeled every known hull material against every known weapon type. The modeling was comprehensive and had been updated continuously for 3 centuries. It did not contain this. The carapace consumed the heat. Each torpedo delivered its payload on contact, a precisely calibrated pulse of thermal plasma at temperatures engineered to vaporize the iron alloys used in standard Hegemony-class military and commercial vessels. Temperatures that had been proven across 3 centuries of engagements to be sufficient for the task of reducing a ship's exterior plating to gas and exposing the pressure hull beneath. The temperatures were real. The plasma was real. The energy transfer at contact was exactly what the warhead specifications said it would be. Every physical process the torpedo had been designed to executed correctly and completely. And the carapace drank it. The biological material of the hull surface had been engineered, by whatever process the girl's blueprint specified, through whatever cellular mechanism the transformation had been running in the dark under the iron for 10 days, to absorb thermal energy directly into its growth processes. Not a shield material with a high thermal threshold that eventually failed when the threshold was exceeded. Not a heat-resistant alloy that transferred energy to its interior before failing. Something categorically different, a living surface whose cellular metabolic pathways were structured to accept thermal input, the way photosynthetic tissue accepted photonic input, treating the energy not as a threat to be withstood, but as a resource to be processed. The heat that should have vaporized the hull instead contacted a surface whose biology had been built for exactly this input. Not a shield, not deflection, consumption, the energy taken in and converted, the torpedo's destructive payload becoming the Cathedral's food. Jax felt it before he saw it on the displays. The pulse carried the Cathedral's response to the first impact as something between hunger satisfied and relief. The specific deep quality of a system that had been operating below optimal energy input and had just received a significant influx. He felt it in the marrow crystals in his sternum and ribs, felt the lattice there pulse with a warmth that was the Cathedral processing the first torpedo's yield, converting plasma temperatures into mitotic acceleration. The carapace's surface cells dividing at a rate the energy surplus was now fueling. The warmth moved through the shared network outward to every biological node in the ship. Crew, walls, the sap in the conduit veins, all of it receiving the Cathedral's metabolic signal that something it had been waiting for was now arriving in quantity. He looked at the hull status display. The carapace at the point of first impact was thicker than it had been 6 minutes ago. Not marginally, measurably in the range the display could clearly resolve. The new cellular growth layered over the impact zone in a dense ring around the point of contact. The Cathedral's response to being struck treating the strike as a signal to reinforce rather than a wound to repair. The wound model didn't apply. There was no wound. There was a feeding site, and around it the Cathedral was growing armor with the directed energy of a process that had known this moment was coming and had been built to meet it. First salvo complete, Jax said. 12 impacts across the port carapace. Hull integrity is... He stopped, read the display again with the specific stillness of a man confirming a number he doesn't trust the first time he sees it. Hull integrity is higher than pre-strike baseline. Growth at impact sites is averaging 1.4 centimeters per minute. At current torpedo delivery rate, every strike is adding to the armor rather than subtracting from it. Vance was at the forward viewport, watching the fleet with the physical eye and the pulse simultaneously, the two data streams running in parallel and supporting each other. The fleet was holding its formation tightly, the tactical precision of hegemony doctrine, The half-sphere maintained at exactly the engagement range the Admiral's targeting solution specified. Every vessel in its designated position, the coordinated strike pattern unfolding exactly as the battle plan described. They were doing everything correctly. The battle plan was correct for the thing it had been written against. The second salvo launched. He felt the torpedo's thermal signatures through the pulse's extended reach before the optical sensors confirmed the launch, felt them as small, cold, purposeful things moving through the space between the fleet and the cathedral with the mechanical certainty of objects following programmed trajectories, guided by targeting solutions that were slightly less accurate than the solutions the first salvo had used. The passive resonance field of the carapace having degraded the lock data by another increment in the minutes since first contact. The second salvo hit. The cathedral ate it. In the marrow crystals across the crew's shared lattice, the cathedral's metabolic satisfaction deepened. Jax felt his own bone structure respond to the influx, a warmth running through the crystal lattice in his ribs and femurs and spine that was the ship's energy surplus feeding back through the pulse into its biological nodes. The crew and the cathedral connected closely enough that what fed the ship fed them. The warmth was specific and localizable, not the ambient warmth of a heated environment, but the internal warmth of metabolic acceleration, the crystals in his skeleton running their signal traffic faster as the cathedral's processing load increased, and the distributed neural network they were part of received a larger share of the energy budget. He held both hands flat on the console surface and felt the sap there warm by a measurable degree as the cathedral's internal temperature rose with the processed energy yield of 2 full torpedo salvos and continued rising. The hull growth rate at impact sites accelerated, 2 centimeters per minute at the heaviest concentration sites. The carapace was visibly thickening on the display, not as a damage response, not as a repair cycle, but as directed, energized growth, the cathedral using the fleet's own weapons as a construction budget, building itself denser and more complex with every strike. The biology of the impact zones was changing in real time, the initial carapace material supplementing itself with new layers that had a different structural organization than what had emerged from beneath the iron plating. Something denser and more refractive. The cells at the growth sites producing a material that the heat absorption had optimized specifically for heat absorption, the cathedral's responsive evolution running on a timescale measured in minutes rather than generations. The Admiral would be receiving damage assessment reports that said, no damage. His analysis teams would be running the numbers on how a hull surface absorbed multiple direct hits from thermal plasma torpedoes, rated for frigate-class vaporization, and sustained no structural loss, and they would not have a framework for the answer, and they would be looking at the hull growth data and arriving at the correct conclusion reluctantly, because the correct conclusion violated the physical principles they had been applying to material science for the entirety of the Hegemony's history. Through the pulse, Vance felt the fleet's crews register the first salvo's failure. Not through their words. He wasn't receiving language from the isolated minds out there, wasn't reading their thoughts, couldn't access the content of what they were thinking or saying to each other in the seconds after the damage reports came back empty. What he received was the emotional weather, the specific quality of minds that had been running on certainty encountering, for the first time in a controlled and professional environment, a result that the certainty did not cover. It felt like a floor appearing where there had been solid ground. Some of them would be frightened. Some would be redirecting the fear into procedural response, running the diagnostic checks, querying the targeting systems, requesting confirmation from adjacent vessels. Some would be waiting for the Admiral's next order with the trained patience of crew who had been given doctrine precisely so that they didn't have to feel the floor appear. Vance felt all of it simultaneously, the full emotional spectrum of 17 ships' worth of human nervous systems processing the same anomalous data, and he felt something that was not quite compassion and not quite impatience. They were still firing. The third salvo was already in flight. "They think they are burning us," Vance said. "They are only feeding us." Jax looked up from the display, and the expression on his face, awe without surprise, the look of a man watching a blueprint execute at full load, shifted into something broader, something that didn't have a precise name in any vocabulary Jax had used before the transformation. He turned back to the display and watched the third salvo's impact data arrive, watched the hull growth numbers update, watched the carapace's absorption efficiency rating climb as the biological process optimized itself in real time against the energy input it was receiving. "They can't sustain this forever," he said. "The yield budget of their torpedo magazines is finite. The growth rate of the carapace is not." This was the arithmetic the Hegemony's doctrine had no entry for. A standard engagement ended when one side's material was destroyed, or its crew was incapacitated, or its commander surrendered. The doctrine was built around depletion. You depleted the enemy's ability to resist until resistance became impossible. The math was simple and reliable and had underpinned every Hegemony military engagement for 3 centuries. You brought sufficient firepower to exceed the target's defensive capacity, and you applied it until the target was gone. The doctrine had never been written against a target where every depleting action was simultaneously a resupply action for the target, where the enemy's weapons were the target's food, where the correct response to a torpedo salvo was to grow a denser hull and wait for the next one. The Cathedral was not fighting the fleet. The Cathedral was eating the fleet's attacks and growing, and the fleet's operational budget was running down with every salvo while the Cathedrals grew. The Hegemony was spending its resources to enlarge its enemy, and it did not yet have a framework to recognize that this was what it was doing, because recognizing it would require accepting a category of engagement the doctrine said did not exist. A 4th salvo launched. Jax watched the targeting solution data. The lock quality had degraded again, the resonance field working its slow passive interference, and 3 of the 12 torpedoes in the 4th salvo diverged from their programmed trajectories before impact, missing the hull entirely and continuing into the void. 3 wasted. The Cathedral's passive defense was improving not because it was actively adapting its resonance output, but because the fleet's targeting systems were being degraded by cumulative exposure to a frequency their calibration protocols had not been designed to accommodate. The 9 that hit fed the carapace. The growth rings at the impact concentration zones were now visible in the optical feed without magnification, raised and ridged and dense, a texture that hadn't been on the Cathedral's surface an hour ago, and that no tool in the Hegemony's armory had put there. Vance stood at the viewport and felt the warmth of the Cathedral's metabolic surplus running through the pulse in long, slow waves. The ship digesting the fleet's assault with the unhurried thoroughness of a biological system that had been given exactly what it needed and was taking its time with the processing. The warmth reached his marrow. He felt it in his lattice and his veins and the changed blood moving through his changed body, and he thought about the Admiral in his flagship running his recalibrations and his damage assessments and his weapons magazine inventory, and arriving, salvo by salvo, at the arithmetic that had no resolution for him. Every shot the fleet fired was adding to the thing it was trying to destroy. Every minute of engagement was making the next minute's engagement harder. The Hegemony's doctrine had a name for this situation. The name was unwinnable. The doctrine specified withdrawal in unwinnable engagements to preserve assets for redeployment. Vance wondered how long it would take the Admiral to find the doctrine's threshold and invoke it. He wondered whether the Admiral would invoke it before the magazine budget ran out, or after, or whether pride and institutional certainty would keep the salvo pattern running past the point where invoking it could matter. He felt the Admiral's mind through the pulse, not its content, not the specific shape of the thoughts running through it, but the weather of it, the quality of a consciousness that was accustomed to information confirming its decisions and was now receiving information that did only the opposite. Each new damage report a fact that did not fit into any frame the Admiral's training had given him. The Admiral was a capable man, Capable men in Vance's experience did not fail to recognize impossible situations. They recognized them clearly and then chose to proceed anyway, because the alternative to proceeding was to accept that the institution that had given them their authority did not have an answer, and capable institutional men almost never accepted that. The sixth salvo would be in the magazines being loaded right now. In the cargo hold below the bridge, the girl's bare feet were still on the deck and her hands were still on the floor, and the pulse ran through her in its continuous loop, carrying the cathedral's metabolic warmth outward through the sap and the lattice and the veins of a ship that was growing visibly larger, with every minute the fleet spent trying to make it smaller. The fifth salvo launched. The torpedoes crossed the space between the fleet and the cathedral in their cold and programmed trajectories, guided by targeting solutions that were now operating at 62% of their rated accuracy. Aimed at a hull that had grown denser since the last salvo's aim points had been calculated, the cathedral turned its full face toward the incoming fire and waited, patient and warm and enormous, for the feeding to continue. The hegemony had brought sufficient firepower to destroy a frigate. It had not brought sufficient firepower to destroy something that treated firepower as a growth medium. It did not have sufficient firepower for that. Nothing did. Chapter 11. Reality Warping. The ramming attempt came at the 11th hour of the engagement, when the Admiral had exhausted every option that fit inside his doctrine and arrived, by elimination, at the one that didn't. Vance felt it forming before the cruiser broke formation. The fleet's emotional weather had been shifting for the past 2 hours. The cold, purposeful isolation of its crews moving through stages that he had felt as clearly as weather moving across a pressure system, each stage following the last with the grim procedural logic of institutional minds working through a problem that their tools were inadequate for. First, the certainty. Then the certainty encountering the damage reports. Then the recalibration attempts, the diagnostic runs, the requests for confirmation from adjacent vessels that the data was accurate. Then the specific quality of minds that had confirmed the data was accurate and were now in the space between knowing and deciding. Then the decisions, small ones first, tactical adjustments, formation shifts, modified targeting parameters, each one correct by the doctrine's standards and each one failing by the same margin as the decision before it, the doctrine running out of entries while the problem remained. The cruiser that broke formation was one of the larger vessels in the fleet, not the flagship, but heavy class, the kind of ship whose tonnage was listed in units that made standard frigates look like atmosphere skimmers. It had the mass, it had the velocity potential, and it had, Vance understood through the pulse, a crew that had been given an order they knew was not in the doctrine and had accepted the order anyway. Because when the doctrine failed you and the mission hadn't changed, you looked for what was left. What was left was mass times velocity, the oldest equation in warfare. If you cannot destroy the target with energy weapons, you become the projectile. Vance watched the cruiser accelerate on the sensor display and said nothing. He felt the cathedral's pulse register the incoming mass through its biological sensor network. Felt the ship's awareness of the cruiser the way you felt a large body approaching in a darkened room, the pressure of its proximity arriving before any other signal. The cathedral did not change its configuration. It did not activate any system that could be identified as a defensive response. It continued breathing its slow full-drive breath through the surrounding space, continued processing the most recent torpedo salvo's thermal yield into carapace growth, continued being what it was. At the tactical station, Jax tracked the cruiser's approach vector and ran the impact calculation and looked at the numbers with an expression of calm, professional attention. At current acceleration, intercept in 4 minutes and 17 seconds, he said. Mass velocity yield at intercept will exceed anything in the carapace's tested absorption range. Yes, Vance said. We're not going to absorb this one kinetically. No, Vance said. Jax looked at the sensor display for another moment. Then he looked at the girl. She was still on the bridge deck, palms flat against the floor, dark eyes open. She had been in this position for over 12 hours. She had not moved, not eaten, not slept. Though sleep was a concept that had been losing its applicability to the crew as well. The distributed consciousness of the pulse providing a quality of rest that didn't require the interruption of awareness. She was breathing in time with the cathedral, each exhale moving through the ship's biosphere in its warm, invisible wave, each inhale drawing the pulse's signal back through her and out again into the ship's veins. She was the center. She was doing what the center did. Holding. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to intercept. The cruiser was visible through the forward viewport now, not as a point of running lights, but as a shape. The massive angular geometry of a Hegemony heavy cruiser's bow filling an increasing portion of the viewport's field as the distance closed. It was traveling fast enough that the fold-drive space compression field ahead of the cathedral wouldn't deflect it. Mass at this velocity had its own geometry, carved its own path through the local space regardless of what the biological resonance field was doing to the metric around the ship. The cruiser had been correctly identified as a threat vector that the cathedral's passive defenses did not cover. 3 minutes to intercept. The girl raised her hand. She did it the way she did everything, without announcement, without transition, without any of the preparatory micro-movements that preceded deliberate action in human bodies. One moment her right hand was palm down on the deck. The next moment it was raised, arm extended toward the forward viewport, palm facing outward, fingers slightly spread. The gesture was simple and complete, and entirely without drama. The gesture of someone indicating direction rather than performing effort. A pointing, not a push. The pulse changed, not the frequency. The base rhythm of the shared biological network didn't alter. What changed was the depth of it, the reach, the quality of the signal the girl's presence was contributing to the shared system. For 12 hours she had been the center, the source, the heart that the cathedral's distributed biology was beating around. Now she was something else as well, an instrument, a directed application of whatever she was made of. The resonance field that her biology generated focusing from its normal omnidirectional emission into something narrower and more specific, pointed in the direction of her palm. The resonance field reached out from her hand through the viewport's material as if the material wasn't there, which, from the field's perspective, it wasn't. The distinction between hull and vacuum and the 400,000 meters of space between the cathedral and the oncoming cruiser being a distinction that operated at a physical scale the field didn't recognize as a boundary, and found the cruiser. 2 minutes to intercept. The cruiser hit the resonance field at full acceleration and stopped. Not slowed, not deflected. Stopped. The full kinetic energy of a heavy cruiser at combat acceleration, meeting a field that did not engage with kinetic energy on kinetic energy's terms, but on terms the field chose. The deceleration absolute and instantaneous in a way that should have been an inertial catastrophe for everything aboard the vessel, and was instead simply a fact. The cruiser present and moving and then present and not moving. A transition so clean that the sensor display took 2 full seconds to update its velocity reading. Because the velocity reading had no category for this rate of change. The cruiser hung in the vacuum 114 kilometers from the cathedral's bow. Everything aboard it was still alive. Vance could feel the crew's minds through the pulse, could feel the specific quality of consciousness that was not dead, but was experiencing something so far outside its framework that the nervous systems generating it were running their emergency arousal responses without having yet completed the cognitive step of forming a response. The minds of the crew in the white space between the thing happening and the understanding of the thing. They were alive and present and entirely without context for what had just occurred. Then the cruiser began to come apart. It was not violent. That was the first thing Vance registered, the absence of violence in what was happening to the heavy cruiser's structure. No explosion, no pressure failure, no cascade of structural collapse spreading from a point of damage outward. The cruiser's material was simply releasing its configuration. Hull plating, internal bulkheads, the dense and complex mechanical infrastructure of a hegemony warship, all of it was separating at the atomic level from the arrangement that had made it a hull, a bulkhead, a piece of infrastructure, and becoming something prior to that arrangement. Something less organized, something that had been given a new instruction about what to be and was following it. The unraveling spread from the bow where the resonance field had contacted the vessel and moved toward the stern in a slow, continuous wave, the cruiser's material transforming as the wave crossed it, the ship dissolving not into debris but into something finer and stranger. The wave moved at the pace of a tide rather than an explosion, unhurried, thorough, treating the cruiser's material the way a solvent treated a compound it had been specifically formulated to break down. Where the wave passed, there was no violence, no structural failure, no cascade of pressure events, just the steady, patient rearrangement of matter that had been told, in a language operating below the level of chemistry, that its current configuration was no longer what was needed. Where the wave passed, the solid matter of the cruiser became a cloud, not gas, not plasma, not any standard phase of matter that the Rustlung's original sensor vocabulary had a name for. A suspension of particles at a scale between molecular and visible, each particle carrying the bioluminescent blue-gold of the girl's genetic material, the cruiser's atoms having been given a new organizational principle and having accepted it with the total compliance of matter that has no preference about its own arrangement. The particles were warm. Vance could feel the warmth of them from here, through the pulse's extended reach, each one carrying the resonance field's frequency, like a note struck in a bell that had been cast from the girl's own biology, the entire mass of the cruiser now vibrating at a frequency the Cathedral recognized as kin. The cruiser became a cloud of glowing spores in the time it took Vance to exhale. The cloud hung in the space where the cruiser had been, 2 kilometers across, expanding slowly at its edges, the particles at the periphery drifting in the directionless way of things that had lost their structural coherence and were waiting for a new one. Bioluminescent, warm, carrying the resonance field's frequency in each particle the way a tuning fork carried a note. The material of a hegemony warship rearranged at the atomic level into something that the hegemony had no category for, and the Cathedral recognized immediately as what it was: raw material. Jax was watching the cloud on the sensor display. His hands were on the console surface, interfaced through the neural node, and through the interface Vance could feel what Jax was feeling through the pulse. Not his thoughts, but the quality of his attention. The mechanical rapture of a man watching something perform beyond its rated specifications and finding the performance not shocking, but confirming. As if the cruiser had always been going to become this, and the question had only ever been when. The Cathedral inhaled. There was no other word for what the carapace did. The resonance field shifted. The broad biological emission that the carapace had been generating passively for hours reoriented. The frequency that had been working outward turning inward at its edges, becoming magnetic in a way that operated not on ferrous material, but on the resonance field's own frequency signature, drawing toward the Cathedral every particle in the cloud that carried that signature, which was every particle in the cloud. The spores moved. All 2 kilometers of them, the full mass of what had been a heavy cruiser, drifting at first and then accelerating, pulled toward the Cathedral's carapace surface by a force that the sensor display registered as a biological field effect, and the pulse registered as appetite. The spores reached the carapace surface, and the carapace absorbed them. The growth rate at the absorption sites put everything the torpedo salvos had produced to shame. The Cathedral was consuming the mass of a heavy cruiser, not its energy, not its thermal output, but its actual matter, the atoms of its hull and its machinery and its structural members, all of it being taken in and processed through the same cellular mechanisms that had converted iron into carapace, but faster now, with the energy surplus of 20 torpedo salvos worth of stored thermal yield powering the conversion at a rate the sensor display tracked in real time and couldn't keep up with. The cathedral was visibly growing, not at the scale of centimeters per minute, at a scale the eye could resolve from the viewport without instrumentation. "Look at that," Jack said quietly. He was not speaking to Vance. He was speaking to the observation itself. She just stripped the torque right out of their atoms. Flawless machinery. The girl lowered her hand. Her palm returned to the deck with the same unhurried completeness with which she had raised it. No effort in the motion, no aftermath, no sign in her posture or her expression that what had just occurred was different in kind from breathing. She breathed. The cathedral received the breath. The pulse ran its steady loop through everything aboard. In the space where the cruiser had been, nothing remained. The cloud was gone, absorbed, converted, incorporated into the cathedral's growing mass. The atoms of a hegemony warship, now part of the biological architecture of the thing the hegemony had sent the warship to destroy. 14 kilometers of new carapace growth, dense and iridescent, wrapped the cathedral's hull in a layer that hadn't existed 40 minutes ago and that bore no visible relationship to the iron it had been built on. The fleet held its formation outside. Vance could feel its cruise through the pulse. The cold scatter of isolated minds, all of them running their shock responses now, all of them processing the same sensor data, all of them in the white space between the thing they had seen and the understanding of the thing. The Admiral's mind had a quality that was different from the rest. Not the white space of shock, but something more structured. The specific quality of a man who had understood what he had just seen and was choosing, in full awareness of the understanding, what to do next. Vance waited. The fleet did not fire. In the long silence after the cruiser's dissolution, the cathedral grew in the dark, and the pulse held its frequency, and the girl breathed, and the hegemony's remaining 16 ships sat in their perfect formation and did not move, and the silence had the quality of a moment that both sides understood was different from what had come before it. The silence was not cessation. It was recalibration. The fleet's institutional machinery processing a data input that required a category it did not have. The chain of command running upward through the ranks to the Admiral and waiting for an instruction that the Admiral was not yet ready to give, because the Admiral was engaged in the thing that capable men engaged in when their map ran out, deciding whether to draw more map or to turn back. Vance felt the fleet's stillness through the pulse and found it more significant than any of its motion had been. The torpedo salvos had been the doctrine operating with certainty. This stillness was the doctrine having encountered its limit and pausing. The pause was not fear, not in any sense the hegemony's training would have recognized as fear. It was the procedural delay of a system that had reached the end of its pre-authorized options and was waiting for authorization to access the next tier. The next tier was either retreat or something the doctrine designated as final escalation, which had its own authorization requirements and its own yield parameters, and which the Admiral would be weighing against the sensor data in front of him. One cruiser dissolved into bioluminescent spores in under a minute by a gesture from a girl on a bridge. The Admiral knew now what he was pointing his fleet at. The question was whether knowing changed anything. Chapter 12. The Obsolescence of Fleets. The Admiral answered the question at 1300. He answered it by not retreating. Vance felt the decision move through the fleet's emotional weather before the sensor display confirmed it, felt the quality of the isolated minds out there shift from the procedural stillness of recalibration to something more settled and more final, the specific quality of minds that had been given an order and had accepted the order and were now oriented toward its execution. The authorization had come through. The next tier had been unlocked. The fleet was going to proceed. Vance stood at the forward viewport and watched the fleet begin to close range and felt something that had no adequate name in any vocabulary he'd used before the transformation. A sorrow, clean and without sentiment, for the 16 ships now moving toward the Cathedral with their weapons arrays warm and their targeting solutions running at whatever accuracy remained after 12 hours of passive resonance interference. They were coming because they had been told to come. They believed in the institution that had told them. They would do what they had been built and trained and authorized to do, and none of that would matter, and the Cathedral would receive them the way it had received every other input since the engagement began, as material. He called Jax through the pulse. Jax was already on his way to the bridge. He arrived without ceremony, took his station at the tactical console, pressed his palms to the sap-warm surface. His eyes moved to the sensor display, then to the girl, then back to the display. "They're going to be in close fire range in 20 minutes, he said. At this range, the targeting degradation matters less. It's hard to miss at close range even with compromised solutions. They won't be firing at close range for long, Vance said. Jax looked at him. The pulse carried what Vance meant before the words could. The intent moving through the shared network and arriving in Jax's marrow crystal lattice as a felt understanding rather than a transmitted plan. Jax's expression shifted, the awe without surprise replaced by something more engaged, the look of a mechanic who has been handed an unfamiliar tool and has already worked out from its shape what it's for. "How close do we need them?" Jax asked. "Close enough that what we send doesn't have to travel far to arrive." Jax turned back to the display and watched the fleet's approach with new attention. Not tactical attention, not the attention of someone planning a defense, but the attention of someone selecting a moment. The fleet was closing in formation, the 16 ships maintaining their tactical spacing with the precision that hegemony doctrine specified at every range bracket. The ships filling the sensor display's range scale in a slow inward progression. From the viewport, they were visible as a constellation of running lights, the geometry of the formation clean and cold against the dark. 14 minutes. The Cathedral's pulse was running at the deepest frequency Vance had felt it reach since the girl first breathed in the cargo hold. Not faster, deeper, the bass rhythm unchanged, but the quality of it richer, the signal bandwidth wider, carrying more data through each cycle as the network had grown to accommodate the Cathedral's expanded biology and the crew's deepening integration with it. The marrow crystals in every skeleton aboard were processing at full load, the distributed neural lattice handling a traffic volume that the original human nervous systems it was supplementing could not have managed alone. The hive mind was not a figure of speech anymore. It was an architecture, and the architecture was running at capacity, and the capacity was enormous. 12 minutes. Vance moved away from the viewport and crossed to the center of the bridge. He stood near the girl, not beside her, not interfering with her contact with the deck, but near enough that the pulse's local intensity was at its maximum, the field strongest in her immediate radius, the signal clearest where the source was closest. He felt the Cathedral's full distributed consciousness around him, the sap in the walls and the lattice in the crew and the carapace breathing its resonance field outward into the space around the ship. All of it networked, all of it running, all of it connected at every node to everything else and to him, the captain who was no longer the captain. In any sense, the word had originally carried and was now something the word had never been designed to hold. He felt the crew feel him arrive at this position, felt the pulse carry the intent outward through the network and receive it back as alignment, the shared system orienting itself the way a distributed sensor array oriented itself when given a target, every node adjusting to contribute to the same output. 8 minutes. The fleet's emotional weather was focused now. The recalibration was done, the uncertainty resolved by the order. The minds of 16 ships' worth of crew running the clean, purposeful processing of people who had a task and a deadline and a clear understanding of what the task required. There was fear in it. Vance could feel the fear the way you felt a cold current in warm water, distinct and present, but not dominant. The fear of people who were afraid and had decided to proceed anyway, which was a different quality than the fear of people who were afraid and stopping. He felt the fear and felt underneath it something he had not expected, something that corresponded to hope. They hoped the next salvo would work. They hoped the proximity would compensate for the degraded targeting. They hoped that the thing they were looking at through their viewport was, in spite of what the sensor data said, in spite of what the damage reports said, in spite of the cloud of bioluminescent spores still visible in the space where the heavy cruiser had been, in spite of all of it, they hoped it was something that could be destroyed by sufficient application of the tools they had been given. The hope was genuine. It moved through them honestly, and Vance felt it honestly and felt, alongside the clean sorrow, something closer to respect. They were afraid, and they were hoping, and they were doing their jobs. None of that made what was about to happen to their certainty less final. 6 minutes. Now, Jack said. Not a question. Now, Vance agreed. The broadcast went out through every biological node in the cathedral simultaneously, not through the comm array, not through any electronic medium, but through the resonance field that the carapace had been projecting into the surrounding space for the past 12 hours, the field that had been degrading the fleet's targeting solutions and that now, with the full processing load of the cathedral's distributed neural lattice behind it, did something categorically different than degrade. It carried signal, the same signal the pulse ran through the crew's marrow crystals and the ship's sap veins, the signal of the shared biological truth of what the cathedral was and what it meant to be part of it, but projected outward into the space between the cathedral and the fleet, into the 16 ships and their crews, into the sealed and separate skulls of the isolated minds Vance had been feeling as cold, scattered light since the engagement began. Into the Admiral's flagship first, into the Admiral's mind. What arrived there was not a transmission, not language, not imagery, not any format the Hegemony's comm systems had a protocol for receiving, or the Admiral's training had a protocol for interpreting. What arrived was an experience, a fraction of the pulse. Enough to feel what the pulse felt. Enough to know for one unguarded moment what it was to be networked rather than isolated. To be warm rather than cold. To have the walls of the skull become permeable and find that what was on the other side of the walls was not threat, but connection. Not the terrifying exposure of a mind made vulnerable, but the specific and total relief of a nervous system that had been running in isolation its entire operational life and had just received confirmation that it was not alone. The fraction lasted 3 seconds. 3 seconds of what the cathedral was, transmitted directly into the biology of the Admiral's nervous system, bypassing the institutional composure and the tactical training and the decades of accumulated authority that made the Admiral who he was, and arriving in the part of him that was prior to all of that. The part that was just an organism, just a nervous system, just a system of tissue that had been running in a skull without connection for as long as it had been alive. Vance felt the Admiral receive it, felt the 3 seconds land, felt what happened to the certainty when the certainty encountered the experience directly rather than through the doctrine's description of it. The broadcast moved through the fleet at the speed of the resonance field, which was the speed of the girl's biology propagating through local space, which was not bounded by the electromagnetic limitations of the Hegemony's comm infrastructure, which arrived at all 16 ships within the same second it left the cathedral, and did not wait to be received before moving to the next. The isolated minds of 16 ships' worth of crew opened, briefly, partially enough, to a signal that had been building for 10 days in the biosphere of a ship they had been sent to destroy. The fleet's tactical net went quiet, not jammed, not disrupted. Quiet, in the way that a conversation went quiet when someone said something that made the next planned sentence impossible. The fleet's comm channels were open and functional and carrying no content, because the people who would have been generating the content were engaged with something that had no comm channel and no protocol, and no prior instance in any operational record the Hegemony maintained. 3 minutes to close fire range. Vance watched through the pulse as the fleet's emotional weather transformed. The focused purposefulness of minds running a task, gone, replaced by something more complex and less legible, the emotional signature of people encountering an experience that didn't fit inside the framework of the task and were trying to find a place in the framework for it, and failing. The failure was not collapse. In some of them, it was something closer to a door opening, the fear and the hope and the institutional composure all still present but rearranged, the way a room's furniture was rearranged when someone very large entered it. In some of them it was more than that. In some of the pilots, the ones closest to the cathedral at the point of broadcast, the ones who had received the highest amplitude fraction of the pulse, the 3 seconds had done something that 3 seconds had no right to do. They had given those pilots a felt knowledge of what the other side of their skull walls contained, and the knowledge was not reversible, and the pilots were sitting in their cockpits with the targeting systems warm in their consoles, and their hands on their controls, and the knowledge in their nervous systems that the thing they were pointing their weapons at was not the enemy their doctrine had described. 2 minutes. "Your armor is a prison of cold iron," Vance said. He said it into the open resonance field, into the medium that carried the cathedral's signal through the space between it and the fleet, into the channel that had no hegemony protocol and no institutional filter between the transmission and the nervous systems of 16 ships' worth of crew. "Let us peel it away." The words arrived the same way the broadcast had arrived, not as audio, not as a comm signal, but as a fact about what was being offered, carried in the same medium as the 3-second experience had been carried, landing in the same place in the same nervous systems that the experience had opened. They arrived in the pilots who had received the highest amplitude fraction of the broadcast, and found, in those pilots, a response that the hegemony's chain of command had no category for and no defense against. One by one, and then in pairs, and then faster, the weapon systems on the leading ships went dark. Not targeted, not disabled from outside, not hacked through any digital intrusion the cathedral's crew had executed. Powered down from inside by hands that had been on the triggers a moment before and were no longer on the triggers. By pilots who were sitting in their cockpits with something in their eyes that was not tears from any sorrow and was not the automatic response of ducks to atmospheric irritant, but was the specific involuntary response of a nervous system encountering beauty it had not known it was capable of perceiving. The chain of command did not collapse. It continued functioning. The Admiral issued orders, and the orders moved through the comm network and arrived at the crew members they were addressed to, and the crew members received them, and some of them complied, and some of them sat with their hands off their weapons and looked at the cathedral through their viewports and did not comply, and the chain of command, which had never before produced this outcome, had no entry in its protocols for what to do about it. Jax was watching the sensor display, watching the weapon signatures on the leading ships go dark one by one, watching the formation spacing drift as ships lost coordinated maneuver intent, watching the perfect geometric precision of hegemony tactical doctrine loosen and become something more individual, and therefore something less lethal. "Cascade effect," he said, with the tone of a man reading a pressure gauge that is giving him exactly the reading he expected. The ones who receive the strongest broadcast are the ones in the closest positions. As they de-arm, the ones behind them lose their forward firing coverage and have to decide whether to hold position or advance. If they advance, they're in stronger broadcast range. If they hold, they're watching the ships ahead of them go quiet. "Either way," Vance said. "Either way," Jax agreed. At the center of the bridge, the girl breathed. The pulse ran its frequency through the Cathedral's full distributed biology. Crew, sap, carapace, the growing mass of assimilated cruiser material that the ship had incorporated overnight into new hull structure, and projected outward into the space between the Cathedral and what remained of the fleet, patient and warm and enormous, carrying in every cycle of its breath the experience of what it was to be connected rather than alone. The Admiral's flagship had not de-armed. The Admiral was still issuing orders. Vance could feel the quality of the Admiral's mind through the pulse. The 3-second broadcast had reached him too, had opened the same door in the same nervous system, and the Admiral had felt what the pilots had felt, and the Admiral had closed the door. Not by refusing the experience, you could not refuse something that arrived directly in your nervous system, but by choosing, in full knowledge of what was on the other side, to keep the door closed. That was a different thing than not knowing the door was there. The Admiral's certainty was not intact, but his will was. And that, Vance understood, was going to be the shape of the next phase. The fleet's running lights reflected off the Cathedral's iridescent carapace in slow shifting patterns of blue and gold, and the Cathedral grew in the dark between its own mass and the Hegemony's diminishing authority over the things it had sent, and the pulse breathed outward from the girl's hands on the deck and from the carapace's resonance field into the space around everything, patient and inexhaustible, carrying the offer the Admiral had declined, and the pilots had accepted in the frequency that needed no language and no doctrine to be understood. The weapons were going quiet. Not all of them, not yet, but the mathematics of the cascade were already written. Chapter 13, Assimilation. The de-armed ships did not resist. That was the part the doctrine had no framework for. Hegemony Tactical Protocol specified behavior for vessels that had been disabled in combat, damaged, power failed, crew incapacitated, and the protocol assumed those states as the only paths to a vessel becoming non-combatant. It did not specify behavior for vessels whose crews had received 3 seconds of the pulse and had set down their weapons and were sitting in their cockpits looking at the Cathedral through their viewports with the specific quality of stillness that belonged to people who had been given an experience they were still inside. They were not damaged. They were not incapacitated. They were present and functional and entirely, voluntarily at rest. The Cathedral expanded toward them. It did not move in the way ships moved, did not fire its full drive, did not alter its heading, did not accelerate along any vector the fleet's remaining sensor arrays could track as translational motion. The Cathedral expanded the way a living thing expanded. From the inside out, the biological field it had been projecting from the carapace surface extending its radius by increments, the resonance field's effective boundary moving outward through the space between the Cathedral's hull and the nearest de-armed vessels in slow, warm, continuous growth. Not an attack, not a maneuver, a reaching. The first vessel the field fully enclosed was a frigate, mid-range standard hegemony patrol class, one of the ships whose entire forward weapons complement had gone dark in the Cascade's first wave. The frigate sat in the field's radius and did not attempt to maneuver clear of it, which was either a command decision or the absence of one, the crew having arrived at the same stillness as the pilots in the leading positions. Vance felt the frigate's crew through the pulse at close range now, felt the quality of their minds, the specific character of the 3-second experience still running through their nervous systems like a frequency that hadn't fully decayed. The door that the broadcast had opened still open in them in the way that doors opened by genuine experience stayed open rather than closing back to their prior position. The field reached the frigate's hull. The contact was nothing like what the torpedo impacts had been. No energy transfer, no thermal event, no physical shock propagating through the vessel's structure. The resonance field made contact with the frigate's exterior plating, the way the girl's first breath had made contact with the Rustlung's air supply. Gently, thoroughly, without violence, with the patience of a process that knew it had the time it needed, because the outcome was not in question. The carapace material, which had grown to cover the full surface of the Cathedral, and then beyond, began to reach outward from the point of contact in slow filaments. The same biological material that had replaced the iron of the rust lung's outer hull extending itself into the frigate's surface at the molecular level, finding the metal's atomic structure, and beginning the same conversation with it that it had been having with the Cathedral's own iron for 10 days. It was not a fast process. It was not designed to be fast. It was designed to be complete. Jax monitored it from the tactical station, his hands in the sap-warm surface of the console, the neural interface giving him direct access to the assimilation's progress through the Cathedral's distributed sensor network. He watched the molecular-level data the way he had always watched diagnostic readouts, with the focused, unhurried attention of someone who understood what each reading meant and was waiting for specific values to appear. "The frigate's outer plating is responding," he said. "The iron is accepting the conversion template. Cell division at the contact surface is ahead of projected rate. The frigate's metal is denser than the rust lung's original plating was. More mass to work with. How long for full incorporation?" Jax checked the rate data. At current speed, the outer hull completes in 6 hours. The interior structure, the bulkheads, the wiring, the mechanical infrastructure, takes longer. The wiring is the fastest component. Copper accepts the tissue supplementation faster than iron accepts the conversion. We saw that in the rust lung's own cable runs. Vance remembered. The engineering deck's conduit seams, the tissue growing in a helix around the copper strand, the ship's circulatory system threading itself through the existing infrastructure before the infrastructure itself began to change. The rust lung had taken 10 days for a full primary conversion. The frigate, with the Cathedral's full developed biology as the conversion agent rather than the girl's breath alone, would take less. Much less. The process was learning. The Cathedral was getting better at this. He turned from the tactical station and went to the forward viewport and looked at the fleet. What he saw had changed substantially in the past 2 hours. The geometric precision of the Hegemony's tactical formation, the half-sphere maintained at exact spacing, the mathematical perfection of a doctrine applied by vessels that believed in it, had loosened into something more individual. The ships that had de-armed were no longer maintaining their designated positions. Some had drifted, some had made small attitude adjustments, the coordinated formation becoming a collection of separate vessels, each in its own relationship to the situation, rather than functioning as a unified tactical unit. The Admiral's flagship and the ships that remained combat-capable were still in formation, still maintaining doctrine. But they were surrounded now by the de-armed vessels that were no longer part of the doctrine's execution, and the formation had a gap in it where the heavy cruiser had been, and the gap was full of the faint bioluminescent glow of the spore cloud's residue still visible in the space where a warship had dissolved. The field reached a second vessel, then a third. The process running through the first frigate's hull was now running in parallel through 2 more. The Cathedral's biological output sufficient to maintain simultaneous conversion operations on multiple vessels while still sustaining the resonance field's full radius and continuing the assimilation of the cruiser's spore cloud. The Cathedral's energy reserves had not been depleted by the torpedo salvos. They had been built by them, and the mass from the cruiser had added to the Cathedral's raw biological processing capacity, the assimilation of one vessel increasing the capacity to assimilate the next. The process was compounding. The more the Cathedral incorporated, the faster it could incorporate more. Jax was watching this progression on his display with the systematic attention of a man tracking a series of readings that were each individually meaningful and collectively describing a trend. "The growth trajectory is non-linear," he said. "Each new vessel increases the conversion rate for subsequent vessels. Mass plus energy plus processing capacity. They're all feeding into the same output function. At current progression..." He ran the numbers, let the display finish, was quiet for a moment. "In 18 hours, the Cathedral will have incorporated enough mass to be measurable at small moon scale." Vance looked at the viewport, at the remaining combat-capable ships in their depleted formation, At the Admiral's flagship with its weapons arrays still warm, still running its targeting solutions at whatever accuracy remained, the Admiral's will intact behind it all. "He won't wait 18 hours, Vance said. "No," Jax agreed. "What does he do?" Vance considered what he felt through the pulse, the quality of the Admiral's mind at this range, the specific character of a will that had closed the door on the 3-second experience and remained operational behind it. The Admiral was running calculations, not weapons calculations. The weapons had already demonstrated their insufficiency over 12 hours of continuous engagement. The Admiral was running a different kind of calculation, the kind that institutional minds ran when they had exhausted the tactical options and were looking at the strategic ones. He was not thinking about how to destroy the Cathedral. He was thinking about what happened if he reported to the Hegemony that the Cathedral could not be destroyed. He was thinking about the shape of what came next. "He pulls back," Vance said. "He gathers the combat-capable ships and he withdraws from the field before the resonance field fully encloses them. He leaves the de-armed ships because he can't retrieve them without entering the field. He makes his report, and then the Hegemony decides what it does with the information." Jax was quiet for a moment. "The de-armed ships, they stay." Vance looked at the flagship's running lights. The warmth of the pulse moved through him, steady and certain. They chose to stay. That's not capture. That's a door they opened. The Assimilation continued its work in the quiet dark outside the viewport. The filaments of carapace material moving through the first frigate's hull had reached the interior now. Vance could feel it through the pulse as the Cathedral's biological network extended into the new vessel's structure, the sap threading through the first copper wiring it encountered in the frigate's cable runs, and beginning the helix growth that had begun in the rust lung's engineering conduits, what felt like a different era. The frigate's wiring was becoming sinew. Its bulkheads were in early conversation with the conversion template. The process was patient and thorough and was doing what all living things did when they had sufficient resources and a favorable environment. It was growing. Through the pulse, Vance felt the frigate's crew registering the process. Not through fear. The fear would have been present if the process were being experienced as invasion or violation, and it was not being experienced that way. What the frigate's crew was feeling was something more like the recognition the Rust Lung's crew had felt in the mess hall 10 days ago. The specific, reluctant, settling recognition of a framework being revised by direct experience. The walls of their ship were warming. The lights were shifting toward a frequency they had not been born under and were finding they recognized. The pulse was reaching them through the conversion and progress of the ship around them, arriving not as a transmission, but as an environment, as the new quality of the air and the surfaces and the warmth of a vessel that was becoming something they did not have a word for yet. The Marrow Crystals in the Cathedral's crew processed the assimilation data through the distributed neural lattice, not consciously, not as a deliberate act, but as the background processing of a system whose architecture had been built for exactly this volume of incoming information. Tactical data from the frigate's own sensor arrays, now accessible through the biological network that was threading through the vessel's infrastructure. Drive specifications, weapons loadouts, crew manifest, structural schematics, all of it arriving in the lattice and being filed and integrated, the Cathedral growing not just in mass but in information, becoming more precisely aware of the vessels it was incorporating as it incorporated them. It knew each ship better than the ship's own crew knew it. It was learning the fleet from the inside. The Admiral's flagship fired. A single salvo, not the coordinated multi-vessel pattern of the earlier engagement, but a direct, close-range discharge from the flagship's primary forward batteries, aimed at the nearest assimilation point where the Cathedral's filaments were most visibly present on the frigate's hull. The shot was accurate. The flagship was close enough and the targeting degradation had been reduced by the formation's tightening that the solution was good at this range. The plasma discharge hit the junction between the Cathedral's extending carapace and the frigate's outer plating and produced a flash of thermal energy that Vance felt through the pulse as a small, immediate warmth, localized, processed, converted. The filaments at the impact site thickened. The conversion accelerated at the point of impact by a factor the display registered, and Jax noted without comment. The flagship fired again. The same result. Faster growth, not slower. At every point the weapon struck. The Admiral had known this would happen. Vance understood that, through the pulse, felt the quality of the decision, the resignation underneath the action. The specific character of a man firing a weapon he knows won't work, because firing it is the only remaining action the doctrine authorizes, and stopping would mean accepting that the doctrine was finished. The shots were not tactical. They were procedural. They were the last entries in a log that had run out of meaningful content. The flagship's drives ignited. Full burn, the cold blue of Hegemony plasma drive output blooming at its stern, the vessel beginning its withdrawal arc. The remaining combat-capable ships read the flagship's movement and followed, not in their formation, but in their own trajectories, the coordination of the doctrine falling away as the strategic intent became individual retreat rather than collective engagement. The ships that could leave were leaving. Jax watched them go on the display. His voice had the tone it had when a diagnostic had returned the value he'd calculated it would return, and there was nothing more to say about it. 8 ships withdrawing. 8 remaining. The de-armed vessels and 2 that lost drive capacity in the initial approach. They stay. They stay. Outside, the withdrawing ship's drive signatures faded toward the fold space threshold, the cold, precise light of Hegemony plasma diminishing against the dark. The ships that remained, 8 vessels, de-armed or immobile, crews sitting in cockpits or mess halls or engineering bays with the 3-second experience still running through their nervous systems, held their positions in the space around the cathedral and were held in turn by the resonance field's growing radius. The boundary between outside and inside becoming, with each hour of assimilation, more biological and less geometric. The cathedral continued its work. The first frigate's outer hull was 40% converted. Its wiring was threading with tissue at every cable junction. Its bulkheads were warm to the touch of the crew's hands, and the warmth was not the heating grid. Its lights had not yet shifted frequency, but they were trending, the bioluminescence bleeding into the standard spectrum at the edges of each panel, the blue beginning to show at the margins of the white the way dawn showed at the margin of the dark. Jax was running the mass projection update. He ran it twice, checked the inputs, ran it again. He set the display down on the console surface and looked at it for a moment, with the expression of a man confronting a number that is correct and large. "In 18 hours, he said, the fleet's tactical models will be mathematically inoperable. You cannot execute standard formation engagement against a vessel this size. The range brackets don't scale. The targeting solutions don't compute. The yield calculations assume a target with a boundary." He paused. "In 18 hours, the cathedral won't have a boundary that their models recognize as a boundary." The pulse ran its warm frequency through everything aboard and outward into the space that was becoming the cathedral's space. The space of a living thing that was no longer the size of a ship and was becoming the size of something the Hegemony's charts had a symbol for, but had never expected to encounter as an opponent. The Admiral was folding out of the system. The cathedral was folding the system into itself. Chapter 14. The Prophet's Voice. The cathedral reached the Emperor at 0300 Capital World Standard, when the Hegemony's seat of power was 17 hours into its night cycle, and the Emperor was in the deepest phase of sleep that his physicians had been able to achieve for him since the Admiral's report arrived. The report had come through the proper channels, encrypted, priority flagged, routed through the executive relay network that existed for communications of exactly this type, the type that could not be delivered through standard infrastructure without producing institutional panic before the appropriate decision-makers had received and assessed the information. The Admiral had written it with the precision of a career officer, attempting to describe something that his career had not equipped him to describe, and the precision was evident in every careful qualified sentence, and the qualifications were evident in the gaps between the sentences, and what was in the gaps was the thing the Admiral had no words for. The Emperor had read it 4 times. He had not slept for 31 hours after reading it. His physicians had eventually achieved a medicated state that approximated sleep, and it was in that state, present but reduced, the mind's defenses at their lowest, that the Cathedral's reach arrived. It did not come through the relay network. It did not use the encrypted channels or the priority flags or any of the infrastructure the Hegemony had built over 3 centuries to ensure that information of consequence moved between its territories in a controlled and authorized manner. It came the way the girl's first breath had come through the rust lungs air supply, gently, thoroughly, without permission, through the medium that no infrastructure could filter, because no infrastructure had been built for a signal that operated below the level of physics the infrastructure was designed to manage. It came through the resonance field. The Cathedral was 17 light hours from the capital world. By electromagnetic standards, by every standard the Hegemony science had ever ratified, a signal from 17 light hours away took 17 hours to arrive. The resonance field did not operate by electromagnetic standards. The resonance field operated by the girl's biology, which had been drawing power from absolute zero for 60 years before anyone on this side of the galaxy understood that was possible, and which treated the 17 light hours between the Cathedral and the Emperor's sleeping mind as a distance the way the girl's first breath had treated the rust lung's hull, as a boundary, as something that existed at a scale below the level she was operating at. The signal arrived instantaneously. The signal arrived directly. There was no medium it traveled through that the Emperor's physicians could have detected, or the Hegemony's security infrastructure could have intercepted. One moment the Emperor was in medicated sleep. The next moment the Cathedral was with him in it. Vance felt the moment of contact through the pulse as a qualitative change in the field's reach, felt the network extend past every distance it had previously covered, felt it find the Emperor's mind the way you found a specific frequency on a long-range receiver, the signal weak at this range but present, unmistakable, the specific qualitative character of a consciousness that had enormous institutional power and was not, in the medicated quiet of its current state, able to deploy that power as a defense. The Emperor's mind was present and reduced and entirely open to what was arriving in it. Jax was at the tactical station, monitoring the field extension on the sensor display, watching the output curves as the Cathedral pushed the resonance field to a range it had not previously been asked to cover. "The field is stable at this extension," he said. "Power draw is well within the stored thermal reserve. The cruiser's mass gave us headroom for this and more." He paused. "The signal quality is going to be lower at this range. What arrives will be a fraction of what a close-range broadcast delivers." "A fraction is enough," Vance said. "The Emperor needs to understand scale, not experience the full conversion. A fraction that shows him scale." Jax nodded. He understood the distinction. The pilots in the leading ships had received the full 3-second broadcast, and some of them had set down their weapons and wept, and the Admiral had received the same and closed the door. Scale was not about the depth of the experience. It was about the information the experience contained. A fraction that transmitted scale would show the Emperor what the Cathedral was. The depth of it, the full weight of what the pulse felt like from inside it, was not the point. The point was the truth of the Cathedral's size, not its physical size, though that was now substantial and growing, but the size of what it was, what it meant, what it represented in terms of the Hegemony's taxonomy of things that could and could not be owned or controlled or contained. The Hegemony had tried to buy the girl. It had tried to retrieve the pod. It had tried to quarantine the rust lung, to intercept it at the neutral zone, to vaporize it from 17 ships of its most deployable fleet. The Emperor had authorized all of it, in sequence, each authorization building on the failure of the last, each one a step further along the only path the doctrine provided. The Emperor, lying in his medicated half-sleep on the capital world, had authorized the full force of the Hegemony's military apparatus to solve a problem that the apparatus could not solve, and the Admiral's report had told him this, and now the Cathedral was going to show him why. Vance felt the girl behind him. She was no longer on the bridge deck. She had risen, sometime in the hours of the Assimilation, and was standing at the center of the bridge in the way she stood, perfectly straight, arms at her sides, her dark eyes open and present in the bioluminescent blue of the space around them. She had moved without Vance noticing the movement. She was simply elsewhere than she had been, which was how she had always moved, not with the mechanics of physical displacement, but with the completeness of a thing that was in one place and then in another, the transition between states irrelevant to what she was. She was looking at the forward viewport, looking through it, looking at the 17 light hours of space between the Cathedral and the capital world, with the specific quality of attention she gave to things she was engaged with rather than things she was observing. Vance felt the resonance field's extension deepen. The fraction arrived in the Emperor's sleeping mind, and the Emperor came awake. Not gradually, not the slow surfacing of medicated sleep toward consciousness, the staged return through lighter and lighter states toward awareness. Instantly awake, in the way you came awake when something had arrived that your nervous system recognized as requiring your full attention before you'd had the opportunity to decide whether to give it. The Emperor was awake, and the Cathedral was with him in the waking, present in his mind, not as a thought or a memory or a concept, but as an experience, a fraction of the pulse running through the neural tissue of the most powerful human being in the Hegemony, with the same patient thoroughness with which the biomech sap threaded through copper wiring. Through the pulse, Vance could feel what the Emperor was feeling, not the Emperor's thoughts. The pulse didn't carry language, didn't read the content of a mind's internal monologue, but the quality of the experience landing in a nervous system that had spent its entire life at the apex of the Hegemony's economy and authority, and had never once encountered something that did not respond to that authority as a force. The pulse didn't respond to the Emperor's authority as a force. It responded to it the way the deep ocean responded to a stone dropped into it from the surface. It received the stone, incorporated it into its own movement, and continued being the ocean. The Emperor felt the scale, felt the Cathedral as it actually was, not as the Admiral's report had described it, the careful qualified language of a career officer attempting to fit an impossible thing into professional terminology. But as it was in itself, the biological mass of it, the distributed consciousness running through every vein and crystal of it, the girl at its center and the crew as its antibodies, and the assimilation of the fleet's vessels continuing in the space where the tactical engagement had been, the Cathedral growing in real time as the Emperor's nervous system processed the reality of what it was receiving. The Hegemony had offered 10,000 stars for this. The Emperor felt that offer through the pulse's fraction, and felt what it meant from inside the thing the offer had been made for. Felt the 10,000 stars as the Admiral had delivered the offer, as logistics, as numbers, as the Hegemony's economy expressed in stellar units, and felt those numbers contact the Cathedral's reality and dissolve the way ice dissolved when dropped into something much warmer than water. Vance had been feeling for the right moment since the field extension began. He felt it now, felt the Emperor's nervous system at the point of maximum openness, the experience having done its work, the scale having been felt and not yet processed into the institutional response that would follow once the Emperor's authority reasserted itself over the experience. The moment before the door began to close. He breathed through the pulse, and the Cathedral breathed with him, and the girl at the center of the bridge breathed with both of them, and the resonance field carried what Vance sent outward across 17 light hours of space, and delivered it directly into the mind of the man who had put the retrieval mandate's seal on the contract that had sent the rust lung into the dead zone. You tried to buy a god, Now you will be consumed by her cathedral. The words arrived not as audio but as fact, the same way all the cathedral's communications arrived, as something that was true rather than something that was said, the medium carrying the meaning at a level below the level of language and above the level at which the receiving mind could choose not to understand. The emperor understood. He understood the words, and he understood the cathedral, and he understood, in the fraction's sustained presence in his nervous system, that the hegemony's economy and authority and institutional power were not scales on which the girl or the cathedral or what they were building could be weighed, because the cathedral had not been built with any of those things as its foundation, and could therefore not be measured by any instrument that operated in those terms. The emperor was a man who had been told all his life, by every system of value his civilization had developed, that the largest number won. That sufficient accumulation of resources and authority and force constituted a sufficient response to any problem. The hegemony was the largest number in the galaxy. It had been the largest number for 400 years. It had not, in 400 years, encountered a problem that a larger number could not solve. The pulse showed him what the girl was and what she was building, and what it meant that she had been breathing for 10 days in the biosphere of a living ship that was now the size of a small moon and growing, and the emperor lay in his waking state on the capital world with the fraction running through his nervous system, and understood, with the specific, total, irreversible clarity of direct experience, that there was no number large enough, that the hegemony's wealth was a way of measuring things that the cathedral was not, and a measure that could not measure a thing could not be used to acquire it or destroy it or contain it or negotiate with it. Vance felt the understanding land in the emperor's mind, felt the moment after it landed, the quality of a consciousness receiving information that restructures everything it has been using to navigate, the specific silence of a mind that has just had the floor appear beneath its most fundamental assumption. The door was beginning to close. The emperor's authority and training were reasserting themselves, the institutional composure doing the same work for him that it had done for the admiral, not erasing the experience, but containing it, filing it in the category of things that had been received and processed, and were now informing a decision. The emperor would make a decision. He would make it from a position that included the cathedral's fraction of the pulse, and the decision would therefore be different in character from any decision he had made before it. But it would still be a decision, still be institutional, still emerge from the authority structure of the hegemony, because the emperor was the hegemony in the same way the rust lung had been a ship, and the rust lung had taken 10 days to become something else. The emperor would take longer. Vance withdrew the field extension slowly, the way you withdrew a hand from very cold water, with care, not suddenly. He felt the pulse recede from the emperor's nervous system in gradual stages, the fraction diminishing rather than cutting off, the experience allowed to complete its natural duration rather than being interrupted. The door closed on the other side by degrees. The emperor was alone in his waking darkness on the capital world, and the cathedral was 17 light hours away and growing, and between them was the irreversible fact of what the emperor's nervous system now knew from the inside. Jax was watching the field extension data as it returned to the cathedral's standard operating parameters. "He'll convene the council within 12 hours, he said. "Whatever comes next will take longer to mobilize than what he sent already." The First Fleet moved fast because the mandate predated the Admiral's report. The next response will have the report and this. It will take time. "Time," Vance said. "We have time." Vance looked at the viewport, at the space around the cathedral where the assimilation of the fleet's remaining vessels was continuing its patient work, the biological filaments threading through copper wiring and iron bulkheads, the bioluminescent glow of the conversion process visible on the hulls of 8 ships that had been hegemony property 12 hours ago and were becoming something the hegemony had no property rights over, at the fractal patterns on the cathedral's own carapace, still growing at the edges, still elaborating themselves into new levels of recursive complexity, the blueprint running its full expression without hurry and without pause, at the girl, standing at the center of the bridge, looking through the viewport at the 17 light hours of dark, between the cathedral and the capital world, with the expression she always wore, which was the expression of someone who had been waiting a very long time and had always known it would end here, and was not surprised that it had. The hegemony would respond. It would find more ships, mobilize more authority, construct a response at the institutional scale that 400 years of accumulated power made possible. It would do this because it was what the hegemony did when confronted with a problem. It assembled a larger number. The larger number would arrive at the coordinates of this engagement and find a cathedral that was larger than the number the fleet had been built to engage, and it would assemble a still larger number, and the cathedral would be larger still when that number arrived. The Emperor now knew this. The fraction had shown him. He would make his decision from inside that knowledge, and the decision would emerge from the hegemony's institutional machinery, and the machinery would do what it always did. It did not change what the cathedral was doing. Nothing changed what the cathedral was doing. Chapter 15. Breaking the Hegemony. The Second Fleet arrived 19 days after the Admiral withdrew, and it was larger than the first by a factor that the cathedral sensor network registered and Jax translated into a number Vance felt rather than heard. A number with the specific weight of an institution committing the full extent of its answer to a problem it had run out of smaller answers for. 41 ships. The Council had convened. The Emperor had made his decision from inside the knowledge the fraction had given him, and the decision had been the only decision the hegemony's institutional machinery knew how to produce. A larger number. 41 ships against 17, authorized at the highest level, carrying the full weight of a 400-year empire's commitment to a single operational outcome. The fleet dropped out of fold space in a configuration that spoke of a doctrine revised at speed. Not the half-sphere of the first engagement, but a full enclosure, a sphere of tonnage centered on the coordinates of the first engagement. Every approach vector covered, every exit angle addressed. Someone had studied the Admiral's report carefully and had concluded that the cathedral's first strategic failure had been the gap in the formation and had closed the gap. The cathedral had not been at those coordinates for 19 days. It had grown. What the Second Fleet's sensors found when they completed their fold entry was not the frigate-sized vessel the Admiral's report had described. What they found occupied a volume of space that the fleet's ranging instruments required several seconds to resolve, not because the instruments were malfunctioning, but because the cathedral's size was at the outer edge of the range scale they had been calibrated to measure, the assumption of their design having been that no single vessel would ever need to be measured at the scale of a small moon. The cathedral was, by that point, slightly larger than a small moon. The comparison was approximate in the way that comparing an organism to a geological feature was always approximate. The cathedral was not moon-shaped, did not have the smooth gravitational sphere of an inert mass, had a surface geometry that the instrument's shape recognition algorithms repeatedly declined to classify as any known configuration. The Second Fleet had been briefed on the first engagement. Every commander aboard had read the Admiral's report and had attended the Council's classified presentation of the sensor data, and had been issued revised tactical guidelines prepared by the hegemony's best military analysts in the 19 days since the First Fleet's withdrawal. The guidelines were thorough and carefully considered, and entirely predicated on the cathedral being the size the Admiral's report had said it was. The cathedral had grown by 300% since that report was filed. Vance felt the fleet's arrival through the pulse as a pressure, cold, massive, purposeful, the 41 ships' worth of isolated minds carrying the quality of a force that had been assembled with knowledge of what it was being assembled against, and had come anyway. There was no hope in this fleet the way there had been hope in the First Fleet's crews. The Emperor's nervous system had passed something through the Council's deliberations that had filtered down through the command structure, into the quality of the intent running through 41 ships. A grimness, a clarity, the specific character of people who had been told as directly as the institution could tell them that this was not a routine recovery operation, and who had accepted the mission understanding the full weight of what that meant. They had come to destroy it or to die in the attempt. The hegemony had decided that those were the only remaining options, and had sent sufficient force for both. Jax was at the tactical station, running the sensor data, his hands in the console interface with the focused attention of a man receiving more information than any individual nervous system could process, and handling it through the distributed lattice rather than alone. "They're not firing immediately," he said. "Formation hold. They're running full sensor sweeps first. They want to know what they're looking at before they commit." "They already know what they're looking at. They know the Admiral's version. What's out there now is different from the Admiral's version." This was true. The 41 ships were running their sweeps, and the sweeps were returning data that the Admiral's version had not predicted, and the commanders were making their assessments of the delta between what they had been briefed to expect and what the instruments were describing, and the assessments were taking longer than combat doctrine specified, because the delta was large enough that the assessments were not straightforward. The Cathedral that had dissolved a heavy cruiser with a gesture 17 days ago had been the size of a frigate. The Cathedral that the Second Fleet's sensors were currently attempting to fully resolve was a different order of magnitude, and the tactics written against a frigate-sized target did not scale directly to a target this size, in the same way that tactics written for a small fire did not scale directly to a continent. Vance left the tactical station and stood at the forward viewport. From the viewport, the fleet was visible as a constellation of running lights in the enclosing sphere of its formation, cold and precise and, for the first time since the engagement's first contact, visibly dwarfed by what they were enclosing. The Cathedral's carapace surface was visible from the bridge, not as a hull to be viewed, but as a horizon, iridescent and enormous. The fractal biological patterns still elaborating at the growth edges, still adding complexity and mass at every surface, the blueprint running its full expression with the unhurried certainty of a process that had 19 days and sufficient resources and no competing priority. The fleet opened fire. It fired with everything, simultaneously, the full coordinated discharge of 41 ships' combined armament, unleashed in a single coordinated salvo that lit the space around the Cathedral in a continuous sustained pulse of thermal and kinetic energy at a scale the first engagement had not approached. The tactical analysts had concluded that the Cathedral's absorption capacity, while demonstrated against sustained fire, had not been tested against a truly simultaneous high-yield input, that there might be a threshold above which the absorption mechanism saturated and became damage rather than fuel. The salvo was designed to find that threshold. The Cathedral received it, processed it, grew, not at the rate the first engagement had produced. Faster, the carapace's absorption efficiency, having improved through 19 days of processing the First Fleet's ordnance and the mass of 8 assimilated vessels, and the thermal yield of whatever ambient energy the Cathedral's biology had been extracting from the surrounding space through processes the instruments could measure and not explain. The simultaneous high-yield input did not saturate the absorption mechanism. It accelerated it. The growth rings at the impact concentrations appeared faster than the fleet's damage assessment cycles could update, the Cathedral's hull thickening under the heaviest sustained bombardment it had yet received, and thickening faster than the bombardment was being delivered. The arithmetic of consumption running ahead of the arithmetic of attack. Jax was watching the output curves. "They're going to run out of primary ordnance in 11 minutes at this discharge rate," he said. "At current absorption efficiency, the Cathedral will add 0.3% hull mass in those 11 minutes. Let them finish," Vance said. Jax nodded. He understood. The fleet needed to exhaust its primary option before the Pulse's next action would be legible to them, needed to reach the arithmetic's conclusion themselves, to feel the ordnance depleted and the cathedral larger rather than smaller, before the cathedral moved. Interrupting the salvo would have left the fleet with the psychological resource of unexpended ammunition, the sense of an option not fully tried. The cathedral would wait until there were no more options to try. The 11 minutes ran. The salvo continued without pause, without adjustment, the 41 ships firing at a rate their magazines could not sustain indefinitely and sustaining it. The commitment of a force that had been authorized to expend whatever it carried if expenditure was what the mission required. The thermal energy received by the cathedral's carapace in those 11 minutes exceeded the first engagement's total by a factor that the sensor display tracked in real time and that Jax watched with an expression that had moved past awe into something quieter and more settled. The ordnance ran out. The space around the cathedral went quiet in the way that spaces went quiet after sustained noise. The silence not an absence but a presence. The specific quality of a frequency that had been constant and was now gone, and whose absence was its own event. 41 ships hung in their enclosing sphere in the silence after their ammunition and said nothing to each other through their comm channels, because there was nothing in the doctrine for this moment and the commanders were not yet ready to speak outside the doctrine. The cathedral reached. Not the carapace, not the physical surface of the ship, not any structure that the fleet's sensors would identify as a hull component or a weapons system or a drive emitter. Something below that. The biological root system that the cathedral had been extending through the space around it for 19 days. Not into the vacuum, which had no medium to extend into in any conventional sense, but into the quantum substrate beneath the vacuum, the level of reality below the level of particle physics at which the girl's biology had always operated, the level from which 60-year-old power had been drawn from absolute zero, and a first breath had rewritten the atmospheric composition of a salvage frigate, the level at which the rules of the physical universe were not the rules, but the consequences of deeper rules, and where the cathedral's biology had the access that the girl's presence provided. The root system reached into the quantum substrate of local spacetime and grew. It grew the way everything the cathedral did grew, patiently, thoroughly, without violence, with the completeness of a process following a blueprint that had always included this step, and was reaching it in its own time. The space around the cathedral began to change. Not visibly, not at the scale of instruments calibrated for electromagnetic measurement. At a scale below that, at the level of the metric itself, the fabric of space-time in the sector acquiring a new property as the cathedral's biology wove itself into it. Not damage, not a weapon. An embedding. The cathedral's DNA becoming part of the structure of the space it occupied, the way a root system became part of the soil it grew through permanently, irreversibly, the soil and the root no longer separable without destroying both. Jax felt it through the neural interface as a change in the quality of the information the sensor network was returning. A new data type, one the sensor's original design had no category for, the cathedral's distributed awareness now receiving feedback from the space itself, rather than from instruments measuring the space. The fold drive signatures are changing in the fleet, he said, his voice careful, reading the instrument values precisely. Their drive cores are attempting to initialize fold entry, all 41 simultaneously. They've been ordered to withdraw, but the fold field isn't forming. He watched the readings for another moment. The quantum substrate around the cathedral has changed enough that their fold drives can't establish the differential they need. They're trying, and they're not finding the geometry. The hegemony engines burned at full power, and the fold fields failed to form, and the ships went nowhere. Not trapped by a weapon, trapped by the local fabric of space-time having become, at the level of its quantum structure, part of the cathedral. The geometry of fold space transit required a specific relationship between the initiating vessel and the surrounding quantum substrate, a relationship that had held constant throughout the hegemony's 4 centuries of fold travel, because the quantum substrate of space had always been an inert medium, the background against which ships moved rather than a participant in the movement. The substrate in this sector was no longer inert. The cathedral's root system had woven itself into it with the patient, thorough completeness of a biological process that had been given sufficient time and sufficient energy, and a blueprint that included this, and the medium that the Hegemony's fold drives needed to push against in order to fold was no longer the medium it had been, and the drives could push with full thrust and achieve nothing. The force meeting not the substrate, but the cathedral's biology running through the substrate, which absorbed force the way the carapace absorbed thermal energy and grew stronger for the receipt. 41 ships burned their drives. 41 fold fields failed to form. 41 commanders ran their diagnostics and confirmed that their drives were functional, and confirmed that the fold field was not forming, and ran the diagnostics again. Jax was still. His hands were on the console surface, and the console was warm under them, and the pulse ran through the interface in its steady frequency, and he watched the display show him 41 ships burning fuel at maximum output against a space-time fabric that had stopped cooperating with their physics. His expression had the quality it had in the medical bay when the autodoc logged optimal standard, not surprise but confirmation. The deep satisfaction of a system performing beyond its rated specifications in a direction that the operator had always suspected it was capable of going. "They're not leaving," Vance said. "No," Jax said. "They're not leaving." Vance looked through the viewport at the 41 ships in their perfect enclosing sphere, drives burning at full power, going nowhere, their formation intact and their weapons empty, and their commanders running diagnostics on systems that were functional in every way the diagnostics could measure, and non-functional in the one way that mattered, which was the way that depended on the space around them behaving like space was supposed to behave. The space around them was the cathedral now. It had been the cathedral for some time. The commanders had just discovered this. He felt through the pulse the quality of 41 ships' worth of minds arriving at the same conclusion from 41 different console readouts. The conclusion that the fold drives were working and space was not. That the medium had changed in a way their instruments could confirm and their physics could not explain. That they were in a sector of the galaxy where the fundamental fabric of reality had been rewritten by a biological process they had been sent to stop and had spent 11 minutes failing to damage. The conclusion had a particular quality in isolated minds. It arrived not as tactical information, not as a problem to be solved by the next entry in the doctrine, but as a fact about the nature of the situation they were in, the kind of fact that changed the category of the situation rather than simply adding to the information about it. They were not in an engagement that they were losing. They were in a space that belonged to something else, and the something else had not locked them in. It had simply grown around them the way a forest grew around a clearing, and the clearing was still there, still itself, but the forest was what defined its edges now. The pulse reached outward from the cathedral's biology, and from the quantum substrate it had woven itself into, and from the girl at the center of the bridge, and touched the 41 ships in their burning stillness, and offered nothing, and demanded nothing, and was simply what it was, present, warm, vast, and permanent. Not a prison, not a trap, a fact. The sector was the cathedral's now, not by conquest, by nature. The way a watershed belonged to the river that had shaped it, not by the river's intention but by the river's being, the landscape organized around the presence of the moving water the way the quantum substrate of this sector was organized now around the presence of the living thing that had rooted itself into it. The Hegemony's armada hung in the living dark and burned its fuel and did not leave, and the cathedral grew in the space around the ships, patient and inexhaustible, and somewhere at the very center of it all the girl breathed, and every breath she took became permanently part of the place where she was breathing. The Hegemony had sent 41 ships to break the cathedral. The cathedral had broken the sector into something the Hegemony's charts no longer described accurately, and the 41 ships were inside the description, and the description would not be returning to what it had been. Chapter 16. Shedding the Human. Vance first understood what was happening when he stopped needing to look at the displays. It had been coming for days, the gradual supersession of his instrumental interface with the ship by something more direct, the pulse's bandwidth expanding to the point where the sensor readouts and the navigation displays and the tactical station's data feeds were beginning to feel like a translation of something he was already receiving in the original. He would glance at a display and find that the number on the screen was a number he had already known, not from checking it, but from being connected to the system that was producing it. The display was confirming what the pulse had already delivered. The display was a second copy of information he was holding in the primary. He had been setting the copies aside without fully acknowledging what the setting aside meant. He acknowledged it now, on the 23rd day after the Second Fleet's arrival, standing at the center of the bridge with his hands on no console and his eyes on no display, and the Cathedral's full distributed sensor network running through the marrow crystal lattice in his skeleton as directly and completely as his own nervous system ran through his muscle tissue. He was not receiving data. He was the data. The distinction that had existed between the captain and the ship's instrumentation, the distinction that required him to look and read and interpret and decide, had been closing by increments for 3 weeks, and was now closed. He was aware of the Cathedral's hull temperature at every point simultaneously. He was aware of the fold drive's biological resonance output and the quantum substrate's current embedding depth and the conversion state of the 41 anchored ships and the ambient thermal readings in every corridor in the Cathedral's interior, and the position and vital state of every biological node in the ship's network, crew and girl, and the converted crew of the assimilated vessels who were, by this point, not crew of those vessels any longer but extensions of what the Cathedral's biology ran through. He was the ship's nervous system. He had been becoming the ship's nervous system for 23 days. He was finished becoming it. He crossed to the command deck console and pressed both palms flat against the sap-warm surface, the way he had pressed his palm against the engineering bulkhead in the first days, the way he had touched the comm panel before the refusal at the neutral zone. The touch was not a gesture this time. It was an introduction, the introduction of what he was now to the system that had been waiting for him to arrive fully enough for the connection to be made at the depth the Cathedral required its central processor to operate at. The sap at the contact point heated, not with the slow, incremental warmth of the system recognizing changed biology, but with immediate, total recognition, the amber fluid responding to the touch the way a lock responded to the exact key it had been built for. The sap moved toward his hands. It had been moving toward his hands for weeks, had been building at the contact surfaces every time he touched any console on the bridge, had been leaving its warm residue in the outline of his handprints on every panel he'd touched since the engagement began. This time it did not leave a residue. It held the contact. It moved up over the backs of his hands and across his wrists and continued up his forearms with the quiet, thorough completeness of a medium that had found what it was designed to be a medium for and was performing its function. Vance felt this. He felt it without alarm. He felt it with the specific quality of recognition that the pulse had been building in him for 23 days. The recognition of someone who has been walking toward a destination for a long time and has just arrived at the door and found it unlocked, and exactly as the walk had prepared them to expect it to be. The sap was warm. The contact was warm. Everything in the Cathedral was warm, and had been warm since the girl's first breath, and the warmth was not a temperature but a condition. The fundamental state of the living system he was part of and had always been part of and was now part of at a depth that did not have a boundary he could locate. He looked at Jax. Jax was at the tactical station, palms on the console interface, the neural node warm under his hands. He was looking back at Vance. The pulse carried everything between them that words would have carried and more. The full quality of the moment, its weight and its rightness, and the specific, clean sorrow that did not cancel the rightness, but lived alongside it, the way all true things lived alongside each other, without contradiction. They had been Vance and Jax, captain and mechanic, the functional partnership of a salvage crew in the dead zone, for long enough that the loss of those particular shapes of themselves had its own grief, even if what they were becoming was larger than those shapes in every way that mattered. "We are no longer men aboard a ship," Vance said. His voice had the layered resonance it had been building since the neutral zone, but deeper now, the harmonics of it carrying something that was not the result of changed vocal cords, but of changed ontology. The sound of a statement being made by something that did not make statements anymore the way statements were made, but was making this one, this last one, in the register of the thing it was leaving rather than the register of the thing it was arriving at. "We are the immune system of a newborn god." Jax looked at him. The expression on Jax's face was the expression that had been on it since the AUDIOBOOK logged optimal standard. The awe without surprise, the recognition of a system performing exactly as its highest potential had always suggested it could perform. He did not speak. He did not need to. The pulse carried what would have been his response, and Vance received it directly and completely, and it was better than any sentence Jax could have assembled, being the full quality of what Jax felt rather than the approximation language would have made of it. The sap continued its rise up Vance's arms. It was at his shoulders now. He was still standing, still present in the room in the physical sense, still occupying the space his body had been occupying for 23 days of standing watch on the bridge of the Cathedral. But the distinction between standing in the room and being the room was becoming a distinction that did not, from his perspective, do any meaningful work. The room was the Cathedral. The Cathedral was the pulse. The pulse was him as much as it was the ship and the crew and the girl at the center breathing her continuous breath into the system. The borders were dissolving not because they were being destroyed, but because they were being superseded by something that didn't require them. The sap reached his neck, his face. It was not suffocation. The cellular medium that had been replacing the ship's iron and the crew's bone and the space-time fabric of the local sector moved through his tissue with the same patient thoroughness it moved through everything, not displacing but supplementing, not erasing but integrating, the specific biology of Captain Aldrich Vance becoming part of the Cathedral's distributed biology rather than ceasing. He was not dying. The word dying required a before and an after with a hard line between them, and what was happening to Vance had no hard line. It had a gradient, patient and total, the way the derelict's hull had had a gradient from the cold of the hold to the cold of the pod, each zone distinct and the whole continuous. His vision changed. Not went dark, changed. The narrow bilateral field of two forward-facing eyes pointed in one direction was replaced by something that had no analog in the vocabulary of human sensory experience. The simultaneous total awareness of the Cathedral's full surface at every point, the biological sensor network that the carapace had been building for 23 days, delivering its complete input all at once, the whole sphere of the Cathedral's external environment, present in his awareness, the way the inside of his own body was present. Not as visual data, not as any single sense, but as known, as the direct and unmediated awareness of the system's own state that a body had of itself. He was aware of the 41 anchored ships in the sector, their drives still firing intermittently in the ongoing attempt to establish fold space geometry that the quantum substrate would not support. He was aware of the converted vessels in the Cathedral's mass, their biological transformation at varying stages of completion, the former frigate that had been the first assimilation target now fully incorporated, its hull indistinguishable from the Cathedral's own carapace, its wiring fully threaded with sinew, its former crew dispersed through the Cathedral's distributed consciousness the way Vance himself was now dispersing. He was aware of the quantum root system extending through the substrate of local space-time and the depth to which it had grown and the rate at which it was still growing, the Cathedral embedding itself further into the fabric of the sector with every cycle of the girl's breathing. He was aware of the girl, at the center of everything, breathing. He was aware of Jax at the tactical station, the marrow crystal lattice running its signal traffic through the changed architecture of his skeleton, the neural interface between his hands and the console surface carrying the same data that Vance was now receiving directly. Jax was the last of the crew still present in the original sense, still having a body in a room, still interfacing with the cathedral through physical contact rather than being the contact itself. The process had simply taken Jax longer, which was not a failure of the process, but a characteristic of Jax, whose methodical patience had always run on a timeline of its own. He would arrive when the process brought him there. The room was quiet. The bridge of the cathedral had been quiet for 3 days. The crew had stopped speaking aloud as the pulse's bandwidth had expanded to the point where spoken language was a redundant medium, carrying less information more slowly than the direct biological signal of the shared network. The quiet was not empty. It was full, the way a room full of people thinking together was full even when no one was speaking. The density of presence without the performance of presence. In the sector outside the cathedral, a ship dropped out of fold space. Vance knew it as he knew everything. Directly, without being told, the cathedral's biological sensor network registering the fold entry and delivering it to his distributed awareness with the same immediacy as the awareness of his own hull temperature. A single ship. Small class. Scout configuration. Not a warship, built for observation and rapid transit rather than combat capacity. It had folded in at the edge of the sector's modified quantum substrate, which meant it had launched from outside the modification zone, which meant it had been sent after the Second Fleet had been anchored there, which meant the Hegemony had received the Admiral's fold failure report and had sent this, a single small ship capable of reaching the sector's edge without triggering the same quantum geometry issue that had trapped the fleet, positioned to observe and transmit. It began hailing immediately. Standard Hegemony emergency protocol. The signal format of a vessel requesting contact, requesting response, broadcasting on all frequencies the cathedral's original comm infrastructure could have received. The hail contained no threat and no offer. It was purely a request for acknowledgement. Are you there? Can you hear this? Please respond. Vance felt the hail arrive through the cathedral's sensor network and felt the cathedral's response form without any deliberate decision on his part. Felt the distributed system of which he was now a processor reach its own conclusion about the hail and generate its response with the automatic thoroughness of an immune system generating antibodies, not chosen but executed, the biology of the cathedral doing what the biology of the cathedral did when something unknown made contact with its boundary. The response was not language. It was not a broadcast on any frequency the Hegemony's comm protocols recognized. It was a mathematical frequency, a precise single output, clean and specific, the biological equivalent of a note struck at exactly the right pitch to resonate with a particular structure. The cathedral generated it through the resonance field and projected it at the scout ship with the unhurried precision of a system that knew what it was doing and had no hostility in the doing of it, no anger, no intent to harm. The frequency was simply what the cathedral produced when queried at its boundary by something that was not part of it. The scout pilot was present and then was not present. The cellular death was instantaneous and painless, the frequency interacting with the pilot's biology at the level the resonance field always operated at, the level below chemistry, the level at which the girl's breath had rewritten the rust lungs' air supply. The pilot's cells received the frequency and completed their function and stopped, cleanly, without distress. The way a note struck at exactly the right frequency caused a glass to complete its vibration and become still. The scout ship continued on its trajectory, automated systems running, transmitting its sensor data on a deadman protocol to the Hegemony relay it had launched from, carrying in that data the final sensor readings of a vessel that had contacted the cathedral's boundary and received the cathedral's response. The Hegemony would receive the transmission. It would read the sensor data and it would understand what the data described and it would make whatever decision it was going to make, And the cathedral would still be here, rooted into the quantum substrate of the sector, growing in the slow, patient way that it always grew, the girl breathing at its center, the former crew dispersed through its distributed consciousness in the warm and continuous way that the pulse ran through the sap in the walls. Present, connected, permanent. The 41 ships continued burning their drives against a space that would not fold for them. Jax was still at the tactical station, hands on the console, receiving the cathedral's awareness through the interface. He was the last of the original crew still holding its former shape, and he was not holding it the way you held something you were unwilling to release, but the way you held something whose release was coming and you were spending the last of the time you had with it being fully present in it. His hands were warm on the sap-warm console, and the pulse ran through the interface and through his lattice and through the cathedral's full biology. And Vance was in all of it, everywhere, warm and expanded and present in the way that the watershed was present in the river. Not as a thing separate from the water, but as the shape the water had made of the land it moved through. The sector was quiet. The cathedral breathed. The girl at its center breathed with it, and the quantum substrate of local space breathed with both of them. The permanent biological signature of the thing they had become woven into the fabric of the place they had become it. The hegemony was somewhere beyond the edge of the modified zone, reading sensor data from a dead scout's transmission, deciding what came next. Whatever came next would arrive here. Here was the cathedral now. Here was permanent. Here did not have a door that opened from the outside anymore, because the cathedral was the inside now, and the inside extended as far as the quantum substrate's new biology reached, and the quantum substrate's new biology was still growing. Chapter 17. Guardians of the Deep Dark. The cathedral became aware of the girl's movement before the movement began. This was the nature of the awareness it now had. Not anticipatory, not prescient, but total in the way that a body's awareness of its own interior was total, the information arriving not through any chain of inference, but as the direct condition of a system monitoring itself. The girl had been at the center of the bridge, and then the center of the bridge was not where she was, and the cathedral knew this the way it knew the temperature of its own carapace surface, continuously, without deliberation, as an aspect of its own ongoing state. She moved through the cathedral's interior the way she had always moved, without the mechanics of displacement, the transition between positions carrying less information than the positions themselves. The cathedral's corridors, which had been corridors in the architectural sense for 3 weeks now, organic and warm, the walls threaded with the sap veins and the bioluminescence pulsing in every surface, the floors soft under any contact with the specific softness of living tissue grown to specification, received her passage and responded to it the way all living surfaces responded to her presence, with warmth, with increased luminescence, with the deepening of the pulse frequency that her proximity always produced in whatever she moved through. She was moving toward the core. The cathedral had a core now in a way it had not had at the beginning of the transformation. Not the reactor core of the Rust Lung's original engineering, which had gone quiet and been incorporated weeks ago, but a biological core, the innermost chamber of the living structure at the geometric center of the cathedral's mass. It had been building toward this designation for as long as the transformation had been running, the most protected and most heavily biology-saturated space in the cathedral's interior, the point around which all the other biological systems had organized themselves with the specific logic of a living structure arranging its most critical function at its most sheltered location. The core was where the cathedral's heart ran at its highest rate. The core was where the pulse was strongest and the sap ran deepest, and the marrow crystal lattice was most densely distributed through the walls. The core was where the girl had always been going. She descended through the cathedral's inner structure, and the cathedral felt her descent as a settling, not of weight but of rightness, the specific quality of a process completing a step it had been oriented toward since its beginning. The corridors she moved through contracted gently around her passage as she went deeper, the biological material of the walls and ceilings responding to her proximity by drawing closer, not enclosing, but accompanying, the cathedral walking her inward with the patient attention of a body escorting its most essential function to the place prepared for it. Jax felt her movement through the pulse. He was at the tactical station where he had been for days, his hands on the sap-warm console surface, the neural interface running its continuous exchange between his marrow crystal lattice and the cathedral's distributed nervous system. The dissolution that had claimed the rest of the crew had been reaching for Jack since the night of the Second Fleet's anchoring. Vance had been aware of it from within the cathedral's distributed consciousness, the process patient and unhurried, moving at Jax's pace because Jax's pace was the only pace that had ever applied to Jax. He had been present in the cathedral's awareness as a distinct node for 3 days after Vance had dissolved, a node that was increasingly indistinguishable from the surrounding network, its boundaries growing more permeable with each cycle of the pulse, the warmth of the cathedral running through it more thoroughly with each hour. Now the distinction was gone. The cathedral did not experience this as a loss. The distributed consciousness that was the cathedral did not have the architecture for loss, in the way that isolated nervous systems had architecture for loss, could not grieve the absence of something that was not absent but present in a new form. The particular intelligence and mechanical instinct of Jax, now running through the crystal lattice of the cathedral's distributed processing, the way the individual minerals in a crystalline structure were present throughout it, not as separate things, but as the character of the whole. The cathedral was more itself for containing him. It thought with his precision. It monitored its own systems with the unhurried, methodical attention of a mechanic who had spent 38 years learning that the most important thing about a system was knowing when it was running at full load. The cathedral was running at full load. Jax knew it from inside. In the innermost chamber, the girl arrived. The core received her arrival with the response the cathedral's deepest biology had been preparing since the beginning, since the first breath in the cargo hold, since the lights shifted from white to blue, and the scrubbers began their futile attempt to filter unsequenced genetic material from the air supply of a ship that was already, in the most fundamental sense, hers. The walls of the core chamber, which were the most heavily supplemented surfaces in the cathedral's interior, the copper wiring in them having long since been fully threaded with sinew, and the iron having been fully converted to biological composite and the biomech sap running at its deepest and warmest through every surface. These walls began to produce. It came from every surface simultaneously. A secretion, slow and golden, the color of late-hour light through amber glass, warm at a temperature that was precisely the temperature of the crew's shared blood, and the girl's own surface and the cathedral's interior biology, not amber like the biomech sap. The sap was thinner, cooler, functional in the specific mechanical way of a lubricant or a conductor. This was something produced from the sap's processes but further along, further transformed, the result of 23 days of biological refinement working toward a specific output that the blueprint had always included and was now, at this stage of the cathedral's completion, ready to express. It was the crew's DNA. All of it, Vance's and Jax's and every member of the crew that had been aboard the Rust Lung when the pod opened. The genetic material from every body that had been changed by the girl's breath and had changed further through the transformation and had ultimately dissolved into the cathedral's distributed biology. Not lost, refined. The process of dissolution had not destroyed the crew's genetic information. It had processed it the same way the cathedral processed everything, thoroughly, patiently extracting what was useful and building with it toward the function the blueprint specified. The function it specified was this: a chrysalis. The golden secretion descended from every surface of the core chamber in slow, warm threads, meeting at the center of the space, weaving together with the unhurried precision of a biological process that knew exactly what it was making and had the time and the material to make it correctly. The girl stood at the center of the descending threads and did not move. She had never needed to move toward the things that were built for her. She waited, and the cathedral built around her, the way it had always been building around her, from the moment her first breath had found the rust lungs air supply and begun the slow, patient work of conversion. The threads met her skin and did not stop. They continued, the secretion coating her surface and adding to itself, and building outward in layers, each layer incorporating the processed DNA of the crew in its structure, the genetic histories of the people who had brought her from the dead zone, who had refused the 10,000 stars, who had chosen the terrifying evolution over the sterile wealth of an empire, and had been consumed by what they'd chosen and had been made enormous by the consuming. Their DNA was in the chrysalis surrounding the girl, woven into it at every molecular level, the crew's final contribution to the blueprint they had been executing without knowing it from the moment they opened the pod. The chrysalis sealed, golden, iridescent where the bioluminescent proteins of the crew's resequenced cells caught the core chamber's own deep light, suspended at the chamber's center by the cathedral's biology, in the same effortless way the girl had always been suspended in the medium of whatever she occupied. Not hanging, not resting on any surface, simply present at the point the cathedral had built for her, held in the warm biological field of a ship that was now also the fabric of local space-time, enclosed in the genetic record of the people who had carried her here, complete and sealed and quietly, certainly alive. The cathedral felt the chrysalis form and felt its own completion in the feeling, not the completion of a process ending, but of a process reaching the stage it had always been building toward. The chrysalis not a conclusion, but the necessary condition for whatever came next, the blueprint continuing past this point into chapters the cathedral did not yet have access to and did not need to rush toward. Outside, in the sector that was now permanently part of the cathedral's biology, the 41 anchored ships of the Hegemony's Second Fleet continued their slow and futile drive burns. The quantum substrate would not release them. It was not a decision the cathedral made. The substrate's biology ran its own processes, grew at its own rate, and the geometry of fold space transit required by hegemony drives was simply unavailable in a medium organized around a different physical principle. The ships would remain until the cathedral chose otherwise, or until they chose what the de-armed pilots had chosen, to open the door that the 3-second broadcast had left available in their nervous systems, to let the warmth that was already present in the modified air of a sector saturated with the cathedral's resonance field find the welcome it was looking for. Some of them would. The cathedral was patient. The cathedral was always patient. It had learned patience from 60 years of a girl in a pod, waiting for someone desperate enough to open it. The cathedral's fold drive warmed. Not the plasma drives, those were long since silent, incorporated and surpassed. The biological fold drive, the resonance mechanism that the carapace generated and the quantum substrate transmitted, that the girl's biology had always used at whatever scale the girl chose to apply it, now applied at the scale of something the size of what the cathedral had become. The space in front of the cathedral compressed in the direction the fold drive was oriented. The space behind it expanded, not toward any destination the cathedral had been given or had chosen, toward the uncharted dark beyond the edge of the hegemony's maps, where the charts ran out and the star designations ended, and there was simply space, vast and patient and indifferent, offering the particular kind of freedom that only things the universe had no category for could move through. The cathedral detached from the sector's immediate geography. Not abruptly, gradually, the way a tree detached from a place it had grown through, leaving the root system in the soil and moving with what it carried. The quantum substrate that was now permanently part of the cathedral's biology remained woven into the space of the sector, a permanent alteration to the local fabric of reality that would persist regardless of where the cathedral went. The hegemony's anchored ships suspended in it indefinitely. The sector itself changed in ways that would take the hegemony's science centuries to understand. and longer to reverse. The cathedral moved and left itself behind in the space it had occupied, the way all living things that grew somewhere left the record of their growth in the place they had been and carried forward only what they needed for the next stage. The fold drive deepened. The cathedral moved. Not fast, with the deliberate, unhurried pace of something very large that had no need for speed, because its destination was not a place that would become unavailable if it arrived slowly. The stars in the forward viewport, the viewport that no longer had a crew member standing at it, the bridge now empty of human presence and full of the cathedral's own distributed awareness running through every surface. The stars shifted with the cathedral's movement, the fold compression altering the light as it came through, the deep dark ahead of the cathedral growing as the cathedral grew into it. The hegemony sector fell behind. The edge of the hegemony's mapped space fell behind. The region the hegemony called the void, which was what the hegemony called anything it had not yet found a reason to own, opened ahead of the cathedral's iridescent bow. At the cathedral's core, in the warm golden dark of the innermost chamber, the chrysalis suspended in the biological field breathed. Slowly. Certainly. The same breath it had always taken, the same interval between exhale and inhale that the cathedral had been timing its own respiration around for weeks, the rhythm that was the cathedral's rhythm because it had always been the girl's rhythm, and the cathedral had always been, in its most fundamental sense, the girl's. The cathedral breathed. The chrysalis breathed with it. The deep dark received both. The hegemony was behind them. The stars that the hegemony had offered were behind them. 10,000 of them. Strung across the galactic arm, the cathedral's fold drive was leaving, each one a quantity in an accounting system that had lost its relevance at the moment a pod opened in a dead zone derelict, and a girl took her first impossible breath into the recycled air of a salvage ship. The stars were real. They burned with the specific, patient fire of things that had been burning for billions of years and would burn for billions more, each one a resource by the hegemony's calculation, each one a yield figure in a mandate, each one a unit of the largest number an empire had ever offered for a single object. The cathedral moved through the dark beyond them, and did not look back, because looking back required an orientation that a distributed consciousness with total simultaneous awareness of its own full surface did not have. The cathedral was not facing away from the stars, it was simply moving, and the stars were in the space it was moving through, and the dark ahead was also in the space it was moving through, and the difference between the stars and the dark was not a difference that the cathedral's current mode of perception resolved into a preference. The hegemony had offered 10,000 stars, but looking into the deep dark, we realized we no longer needed stars. We had become the light.